welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I knew my house, every inch of it, but as I walked down the hallway tonight, my stomach twisted. There was a door at the end. Old wood, chipped paint, a brass handle dulled with age. The air smelled of damp earth and something faintly floral like dried roses. My fingers hesitated over the handle. I had never seen this door before, and worse, I had the feeling something on the other side had been waiting for me to notice it. The weight of the brass knob felt wrong in my palm, too cold, too heavy. Logic told me to turn around to call someone to question my own perception, but curiosity pulled at me like an undertow. I stood there, my reflection distorted in the tarnished brass, barely recognizing the person staring back. "This isn't real," I whispered, but my voice sounded muffled, as if the air had thickened. The floorboards beneath my feet creaked, though I hadn't moved. A subtle vibration traveled up through my soles, into my legs, settling in my chest with an unwelcome rhythm. I leaned forward, pressing my ear against the wood. The door felt warm against my skin, unlike the knob. A faint sound came from the other side, not quite a voice, not quite a melody, something in between, like a record playing backward at half speed. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, the screen illuminating the dim hallway. A text from my sister. "Are you okay? You seemed off when we talked earlier." I started typing a response, but the letters jumbled on the screen, rearranging themselves into words I hadn't written. I found it. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the floor, the screen going black. When I picked it up again, the message showed my original half-typed reply. No sign of the strange text. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, my hand shaking. The wallpaper beside the door caught my attention. The familiar pattern of pale blue flowers seemed to shift, the petals curling inward as I watched. I blinked hard and the movement stopped. But now the flowers looked different, darker, more intricate, with tiny veins I'd never noticed before. I should have walked away. Instead, I found myself taking photos of the door. Evidence that I wasn't imagining things. The first few pictures showed nothing unusual, just an old wooden door, but in each subsequent image, the door appeared slightly different, taller, the paint less chipped, the handle shinier. In the last photo, a shadow appeared at the bottom crack, a sliver of darkness seeping out like black water. I deleted the photos, but my curiosity had taken root. I went to the kitchen and returned with a piece of chalk. My hand trembling, I drew a small mark on the floor in front of the door. If the door disappeared, at least I would know where it had been. The chalk felt gritty between my fingers, leaving a white residue that looked like frost on my skin. Night deepened around me, but I couldn't leave. I brought a chair from my bedroom and positioned it facing the door. I would watch, I would wait, I would understand. The house settled into night sounds, the refrigerator humming, the heating system clicking on and off. Normal sounds that suddenly seemed orchestrated, rhythmic, almost musical when paired with the subtle vibration still emanating from the door. I must have dozed off because I woke with a start. The chair beneath me felt different, harder, the cushion thinner. My neck ached. The door remained unchanged, mocking my vigil. But something had changed. The air tasted metallic and my mouth felt dry. The hallway seemed longer, the walls slightly closer together. The light from my bedroom at the other end of the hall appeared dimmer, more distant. I stood, my legs stiff and uncooperative. The chalk mark on the floor had smudged, but not from being stepped on. It had spread outward like a snowflake pattern, intricate and deliberate. My phone showed no signal now. The battery, which had been nearly full, displayed a red sliver of remaining power. The clock on the screen seemed frozen. I approached the door again, this time with resolve. I would open it. I would face whatever waited. The alternative, walking away, pretending I hadn't seen it, felt impossible now. The handle turned with surprising ease. No resistance, no creak of unused hinges. It swung inward, revealing darkness so complete it seemed tangible. No room, no closet, no secret passage, just an absence of everything. A cool breeze flowed from the opening, carrying that same scent of earth and roses, but now undercut with something acrid, like burnt sugar. The breeze tugged at my clothes, my hair, subtle but insistent. I reached into the darkness, expecting my hand to meet a wall or barrier. Instead, my fingers found only cold, empty space. I retrieved a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, its beam weak but functional. I shined it into the doorway, but the light seemed to bend and warp, illuminating nothing. My rational mind screamed warnings, but something deeper, more primal, recognized this door. Not from memory, but from dreams, from childhood fears, from the corner of my eye when walking past mirrors. I stepped through. The sensation was immediate, like plunging into water, but without the wet, pressure against my skin, resistance against my movement. I turned back to see my hallway through the doorway, but it looked wrong, flattened, like a photograph. As I watched, the edges of the doorway began to constrict, the opening narrowing. Panic surged through me. I lurched forward, back toward my home, but the pressure increased. The doorway continued to shrink. I forced myself through, falling onto my hallway floor, gasping. The door slammed shut behind me with a finality that shook the walls. I lay there, my heart pounding against my ribs, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the air. When I finally stood, something felt off about my body. My movements seemed delayed, as if my brain issued commands that my limbs followed a fraction of a second too late. My skin felt tight, especially around my face. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and stared at my reflection. At first glance, nothing seemed wrong, but as I leaned closer, I noticed subtle differences. My eyes appeared slightly larger, the irises a shade darker. My hairline had shifted, almost imperceptibly. The mole near my left eyebrow had vanished. I touched my face, watching my reflection mimic the movement with perfect precision. It was me, but not quite. I returned to the hallway. The door remained, but now it looked weathered, ancient. The paint had cracked further, revealing wood beneath that appeared to be rotting. The brass handle had tarnished completely, turned black with corrosion. I approached my bedroom at the opposite end of the hall, suddenly desperate for the comfort of my bed. But when I reached for the bedroom doorknob, my hand passed through it. Not through the door, through the knob itself, as if it were made of smoke. I tried again, concentrating hard, and this time my fingers connected with solid brass. Sleep came eventually, but brought no peace. I dreamed of corridors that stretched into infinity, of doors that opened into other doors, of hands reaching from shadows. Morning arrived with harsh sunlight streaming through my windows. I woke with a sense of relief, convinced the door had been a vivid nightmare. But as I walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, my heart sank. The door stood exactly where it had appeared, though now it looked fresher, newly painted, the brass handle gleaming. I called in sick to work. I couldn't leave the house, couldn't leave the door unattended. What if someone else found it? What if it disappeared while I was gone? I spent the day documenting everything. I wrote detailed notes, drew diagrams of the door's appearance and how it changed. I set up my laptop to record the hallway, the door in frame. I checked the footage obsessively, but the door never changed on camera, only when I observed it directly. My sister called, concerned about my absence. Her voice sounded distant, tinny. When I tried to explain about the door, my words came out wrong. I heard myself telling her I was fine, just a mild cold, nothing to worry about. My mouth formed words my brain hadn't authorized. After we hung up, I stood before the door again. The wood grain seemed to shift under my gaze, forming patterns that almost resembled faces. I pressed my palm flat against the surface. The vibration had intensified, now unmistakable. The door wasn't just there, it was alive. That night I heard knocking, 3 soft taps, barely audible. I sat up in bed listening. Again, 3 taps, slightly louder. I followed the sound to the hallway. The door waited unchanged, but now I noticed something new, a thin line of light visible beneath it, pulsing gently with a blue-white hue. 3 more knocks from the other side. I should have run. I should have barricaded myself in my room, called for help, burned the house down around me. Instead, I found myself responding, 3 soft taps of my own against the wood. Silence followed, so complete I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. Then, from the other side, a voice, not speaking words, but humming. A melody I recognized from somewhere deep in my memory, though I couldn't place it. I placed my ear against the door. The humming stopped immediately. Then, so close it could have been inside my head, a whisper, "Let me in." The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It simply was, and it was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. "This is my house," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "You need to leave." A sound like laughter, but stretched and distorted. "Let me in," the voice repeated. "I've been waiting so long." "Who are you?" I demanded. "You know who I am," came the reply. "You've always known." And in that moment, I did know. The recognition hit me with physical force, driving me back from the door that wasn't a door at all, but a threshold, a boundary between what was and what could be. I haven't opened the door again, but I don't need to anymore. Whatever waited on the other side has found another way in. I see it in my reflection, sometimes a slight delay in movement, a smile I don't remember forming. I hear it in my voice when I speak to others, inflections and phrases that don't belong to me. The door is still there at the end of my hallway, but now I understand its true purpose. It wasn't a way out or even a way in. It was a reminder, a signal, a notification that the barriers between what I thought was real and what truly exists have grown thin. I still know my house, every inch of it, but now I know that my house knows me too, and neither of us is quite what we used to be. Story 2, I first saw him through the kitchen window, just standing there, still as stone, right at the edge of the tree line. His face was too far away to make out, but I knew he was looking at me. The air smelled damp, heavy with the scent of wet grass and something metallic. I turned to call my roommate, my voice shaky. But when I looked back, my breath caught. He hadn't moved, but now he was closer. "Jake, come here," I called, my eyes fixed on the figure. "There's someone in our yard." Jake appeared beside me, coffee mug in hand, peering through the glass. "Where?" I pointed directly at the man. Right there at the edge of the pine trees, the guy in the dark coat. Jake squinted, leaned forward until his nose nearly touched the window. "I don't see anyone, Mark." A chill crept up my spine as Jake shrugged and walked away. The figure remained motionless, a dark silhouette against the misty tree line. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. He was still there. That night I dreamed of him. In my dream, he stood at the foot of my bed, silent, watching. I woke with a start, my sheets damp with sweat. The digital display glowed in the darkness. I got up and went to the window. The yard was empty, bathed in pale moonlight. No figure, no shadow, just emptiness. Yet something felt wrong. The air in my room seemed thicker, harder to breathe. Morning came, and with it, normalcy returned. I convinced myself it had been a trick of light, my imagination running wild after too many late nights working. I made coffee, stronger than usual, and sat at the kitchen table with my laptop. Then I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. Slowly, I turned toward the window. He was back, same spot, same stillness, but closer than yesterday. My coffee mug slipped from my hand, shattering against the floor. The noise brought Jake running. "What happened?" he asked, grabbing paper towels. "He's back," I whispered, pointing to the window. "Look." Jake followed my gaze and frowned. "There's nothing there, man. You feeling okay?" I stared at him in disbelief, then back at the window. The figure remained unmoved. A distant part of my mind wondered if I was losing it. "I need to document this," I muttered, grabbing my phone. I took several photos of the yard, hands trembling. When I checked the images, my blood ran cold. The yard appeared empty in each shot. I started keeping notes, every appearance, every detail. The way he never seemed to move when I was watching, yet somehow would be closer each time I returned. His featureless face. The way birds fell silent when he appeared. By the 5th day, he had reached the middle of the yard. Jake grew increasingly concerned about my behavior, suggested I see someone. "You've been working too hard," he said. "Maybe you need a break." But I knew what I was seeing was real. I felt it, the wrongness of it. The way the air changed when he appeared, becoming dense, charged with something I couldn't name. On the 6th day, I woke to find my notebook filled with writing I didn't remember doing. Pages and pages of the same sentence. "He wants to come inside." That afternoon, he stood just outside the back door. So close I could see the fabric of his dark coat, not black as I had thought, but a deep midnight blue, almost purple in certain light. Still no face, just shadow where features should be. I found myself drawn to the door. My hand reached for the knob without conscious thought. Jake grabbed my wrist. "What are you doing?" he asked. I blinked, disoriented. "There's someone at the door." "No one's there, Mark," Jake said firmly. I'm calling Dr. Peterson." While Jake made the call, I pressed my ear against the door. A faint tapping sound came from the other side, rhythmic, deliberate, like fingers drumming against wood. That night I barricaded myself in my room, pushed my dresser against the door, closed the blinds tight. Sleep came in fitful bursts, broken by the sensation of being watched. I dreamed of knocking, soft at first, then louder, insistent, coming from all around me, walls, ceiling, floor. I jolted awake to silence, heart pounding in my chest. The next morning, Jake was gone. A note on the counter said he'd gone to stay with his brother for a few days. Suggested I call the doctor, said he was worried about me. Alone in the house, I felt a strange calm settle over me. I brewed coffee, sat at the kitchen table, waited. He appeared at the window directly in front of me, no longer in the yard, but right against the glass. His hand pressed flat against the pane. I could see it clearly now, pale, with elongated fingers, still no face, just darkness beneath the hood of his coat. The window fogged with his breath. I reached out, placed my hand against the glass, mirroring his. The coldness that shot through me was immediate and profound. My vision blurred. The room around me seemed to waver, like heat rising from asphalt. When my sight cleared, he was gone from the window. A soft sound behind me, breathing. I turned slowly. He stood in my kitchen, between me and the door. Impossible. I hadn't heard anything open or break. Up close, I could see why his face remained hidden. There was nothing there, just empty shadow where features should exist. Yet somehow I felt him smiling. "What do you want?" My voice sounded distant, unfamiliar. He tilted his head, a curious, almost childlike gesture. When he spoke, his voice wasn't what I expected. Not deep or monstrous, but soft, almost gentle, like wind through autumn leaves. "To show you," he whispered. "Show me what?" He extended his hand toward me, long, pale fingers unfurling like petals. Everything in me screamed to run, to fight, to call for help. But beneath that fear lay something else, curiosity, a need to understand, to know. I took his hand. The kitchen dissolved around us. Reality peeled away like old wallpaper, revealing something else underneath, something vast and incomprehensible. I saw versions of myself, countless iterations, living different lives, some happier, some tragic, all connected by invisible threads. And between these threads moved beings like him, watchers, travelers, witnesses to the tapestry of existence. When I returned to myself, I was alone in the kitchen. My coffee had gone cold. My notebook lay open before me, filled with drawings I didn't remember, making intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Jake returned the next day, concerned when I didn't answer his calls. He found me sitting at the table, calm, changed. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Is that man still in the yard?" I smiled. There was never a man in the yard, Jake. He looked relieved. "So you're feeling better?" "Much better," I assured him. "I understand now." Jake didn't ask what I understood. Perhaps he was just happy I seemed normal again. We fell back into our routine: work, dinner, television, sleep. But sometimes, when Jake isn't looking, I stand at the window and wait. Sometimes I catch glimpses not of the man, but of what exists between the layers of reality, the spaces in between. And sometimes when I'm alone, I hear soft knocking from inside the walls, rhythmic, deliberate. They know I can see them now, and they're waiting for me to open the door again. Story 3, I had walked this hallway every day. There was no basement in my building, just a solid floor beneath my feet. But tonight, as I turned the corner, my stomach dropped. A staircase stretched downward, disappearing into darkness. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of damp stone and something bitter. My breath hitched. The stairs were old, worn, like they had been used for years. I blinked hard, expecting the vision to fade. It didn't. The hallway I knew so well had transformed, revealing this impossible architectural addition. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone, taking several photos in quick succession. The flash illuminated the first few steps, revealing deep grooves in the center of each tread. "This isn't possible," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the strange acoustics of the space. The sound didn't echo as it should have. Instead, it seemed to sink into the walls, absorbed by something hungry. I knelt down, running my hand along the edge of the first step. The stone felt cold, unnaturally so, sending a chill up my arm. Yet there was something else, a subtle vibration, as if the staircase itself was humming with energy. My rational mind cycled through explanations, a hallucination, extreme fatigue, or perhaps someone had constructed this overnight as an elaborate prank. None satisfied the evidence before me. The wear patterns on the steps spoke of decades, perhaps centuries of use. I stood peering down into the darkness. The staircase curved slightly to the left after the first dozen steps, preventing me from seeing where it led. Against my better judgment, I placed my foot on the first step. It held firm, the second step too. By the fifth step, the ambient light from the hallway had dimmed significantly, and I used my phone's flashlight to guide my descent. The air grew colder with each step. That bitter scent intensified, reminding me of old pennies and soil after rain. When I reached the curve, I paused, swinging my light ahead. The stairs continued downward, disappearing into blackness that seemed to devour my beam. I continued my descent, counting each step under my breath. 27, 28, 29. According to my understanding of the building's structure, I should have been well below the foundation by now, yet the stairs continued. At step 43, I heard a soft scratching sound from below. I froze, holding my breath. The scratching stopped, then resumed, more deliberate this time. Something was down there, moving across a hard surface. My heart pounded against my ribs as I debated my next move. Curiosity urged me forward while instinct screamed retreat. I compromised by sitting on the step, opening my phone's note app and documenting what I'd experienced so far. The rational act calmed me somewhat, anchoring me to reality. As I typed, my phone's screen flickered. The battery indicator dropped from 70% to 30% within seconds. The scratching sound grew louder, now accompanied by a low, rhythmic thumping. Gathering my courage, I stood and continued down. At step 62, the staircase ended, opening into a small landing. My flashlight revealed a narrow doorway ahead, its frame constructed of the same worn stone as the stairs. No door blocked the entrance, just a rectangle of absolute darkness. I approached slowly, extending my hand toward the opening. The air temperature dropped sharply, my breath forming visible clouds. Then my phone died completely, plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me. I fumbled with my phone, trying to restart it, but it remained dead. The scratching sound came again, now directly ahead of me. Then a whisper, so faint I couldn't be sure I'd heard it. I backed away, bumping into the wall behind me. The stone felt warm now, pulsing slightly against my back. I slid along it, finding the staircase again with my foot. As I turned to ascend, a dim glow emanated from the doorway, casting long shadows across the landing. The light wasn't steady, it wavered like candlelight, and in that subtle illumination I saw something move across the threshold. Not a complete form, just a dark smudge against the glow, shifting with unnatural fluidity. I bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The scratching followed, no longer confined to the space below, but seeming to come from within the walls themselves. My lungs burned as I climbed, the steps now feeling steeper than during my descent. The curve appeared ahead, signaling I was nearing the top. Relief washed over me until I rounded the bend and saw nothing but more stairs stretching upward. This wasn't possible. I had counted. I knew how many steps I had descended. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to stop, to breathe. Closing my eyes, I pressed my hands against the walls on either side. The stone trembled beneath my touch, that same subtle vibration I'd felt earlier, but stronger now. "This isn't real," I said aloud, my voice strange in my ears. "This isn't happening." When I opened my eyes, the staircase had changed. The walls were closer now, the ceiling lower. The steps themselves had narrowed, forcing me to turn my feet slightly to maintain balance. And carved into the walls, barely visible in the gloom, were symbols I didn't recognize, angular shapes that seemed to shift when viewed directly. I continued upward, no longer certain of direction or distance. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. The scratching sound had stopped, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that made my teeth ache. My hand brushed against the wall, and I jerked it back immediately. The stone felt like skin, now warm and yielding. My foot caught on an uneven step, and I stumbled, falling forward. Instead of landing on hard stone, I felt myself sinking into the stair beneath me. The material gave way like dense clay, molding around my hands and knees. I scrambled backward, watching in horror as the impression of my hands slowly filled in, the surface becoming smooth once more. I pressed myself against the wall, fighting for control. The hum grew louder, resonating in my chest. The symbols on the walls began to glow with a faint blue light, and then I heard a voice, clear and distinct, speaking words I couldn't understand but somehow knew were addressed to me. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, filling the space around me. It spoke with urgency, with purpose. Though I couldn't comprehend the language, the message felt important, vital. I forced myself to listen, to focus on the sounds rather than my fear. As I concentrated, the walls began to shift. The staircase widened again, the ceiling rising. The steps straightened, becoming more regular. And ahead, a rectangle of familiar light appeared the hallway of my building. I ran toward it, relief flooding through me. But as I reached the final step, I hesitated. Something wasn't right. The hallway looked the same, yet subtly different. The color of the walls was slightly off, the texture of the carpet changed. I stepped through anyway, desperate to escape the staircase. The moment my foot touched the hallway floor, the entrance behind me sealed shut with a sound like exhaling breath. Where the staircase had been, there was now only wall, smooth and unbroken. I pressed my hand against it, feeling nothing but cool drywall. No vibration, no warmth. My phone chimed in my pocket, suddenly working again. I pulled it out, checking the photos I had taken earlier. The screen showed only blurred images, dark shapes without definition. My notes remained, however, a detailed account of my descent, my observations, my fear. Proof that something had happened, even if I couldn't fully explain what. In the days that followed, I inspected every inch of the hallway, looking for seams or hidden panels. Nothing. I researched the building's history, finding no mention of underground structures or renovations. Nothing. But things have changed. Subtle differences surround me now. The neighbors' voices sound slightly off-key. My reflection in mirrors seems delayed by a fraction of a second. And sometimes when the building is quiet, I hear that humming again, rising through the floor beneath my feet. I've started documenting everything, every anomaly, every strange occurrence. I keep my notes detailed and my camera ready, because I know the staircase will return. Maybe not in the same place, maybe not in the same form, but it will come back. And next time I'll descend all the way. I'll pass through that doorway at the bottom, because whatever exists on the other side has already found me. The stairs may have disappeared, but they've left their mark. Under my skin, in my dreams, a constant awareness pulses knowledge that the world is not as solid as we believe. The stairs that shouldn't exist have changed me. I see differently now. I hear differently. That bitter scent never leaves my nostrils. And sometimes when I place my hand against a wall, I feel it push back ever so slightly, like something breathing on the other side. Story 4, it started as a whisper, soft, almost too quiet to notice, slipping through the crack beneath the closet door. I told myself it was the house settling, my mind playing tricks. But tonight, as I sat in bed, the whisper turned into words. The air smelled of old fabric and something sour, like damp wood left in the rain. My pulse pounded. The voice was clearer now, and it was saying my name. Samuel, it called, the sound delicate yet unmistakable, wrapping around the darkness of my bedroom. I froze, my fingers clutching the book I'd been reading. The pages crinkled under my grip. I set the book aside and stared at the closet door. It was an ordinary door, painted white, with a brass knob that reflected the dim light from my bedside lamp. Nothing remarkable about it. Yet something felt wrong. The shadow underneath seemed darker, more substantial than it should be. Samuel again, this time slightly louder. My throat tightened. The rational part of my brain tried to find explanations, a draft creating strange acoustics, my neighbor's television, my own imagination after too many late nights alone. I got up, my bare feet meeting the cold hardwood floor. The house was silent except for the occasional creaking of wood. My heartbeat drummed in my ears as I approached the closet. Standing before it, I noticed something unusual about the air. It felt heavier, charged with static electricity, making the hair on my arms stand on end. My hand hesitated over the knob. The metal felt unexpectedly cold, as if it had been stored in a freezer. I pulled back, rubbing my fingertips together. Samuel, the voice whispered again, open the door. I stepped back, nearly tripping over my own feet. The voice was no longer just coming from the closet, it seemed to surround me, as if whatever was speaking stood right beside me, lips close to my ear. That night I slept on the couch in the living room, convincing myself I needed a change of scenery. The next morning, in the clarity of daylight, I felt foolish. Lack of sleep, stress from work, perhaps something I ate. These were reasonable explanations for auditory hallucinations. I entered the bedroom and opened the closet door wide. Shirts, pants, and jackets hung neatly on their hangers. Shoes lined the floor, nothing unusual. I pushed the clothes aside, checking the back wall. Solid, normal. I knocked on it. The sound was flat, unremarkable. I went about my day working from home, answering emails, attending virtual meetings. As night fell, however, I found myself avoiding the bedroom. I made excuses to stay in the living room, watching mindless television programs well past my usual bedtime. When exhaustion finally won out, I hesitantly returned to my bedroom. The closet door remained open exactly as I had left it that morning. I crawled into bed, leaving the lamp on, and eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep. The rustling woke me, soft at first, like paper being folded. My eyes opened to darkness the lamp had turned off. The rustling grew louder, and now there was movement in the closet. The hanging clothes swayed gently, as if stirred by invisible hands. Samuel, the voice again, but different now. Multiple voices speaking together, creating a chorus of whispers that seemed to echo inside my skull. We see you. I remained paralyzed under the covers, my body rigid with fear. The air in the room changed, it became dense, almost difficult to breathe. A peculiar smell filled the space, something ancient and musty, like old books left forgotten in a damp basement. The rational part of my mind was failing me now. Each explanation I tried to construct collapsed under the weight of what I was experiencing. I reached for my phone and began recording, holding it toward the closet. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice cracking. The closet fell silent, the clothes stopped moving. For a moment I thought it was over. Then my phone screen distorted, pixels scrambling into unrecognizable patterns. From the speaker came not my recorded voice, but a cacophony of sounds, static, whispers, something that might have been laughter. I dropped the phone and it skidded across the floor, coming to rest against the closet door. The screen glowed brighter than it should have been able to, casting long shadows across the walls. "We've always been here," the voice, now unmistakably voices, replied. "Watching, waiting." I pressed my hands against my ears, but it didn't help. The voices seemed to bypass my hearing entirely, materializing directly inside my head. That week I documented everything. I set up cameras, sound recorders, motion sensors. Each morning I would review the footage, finding nothing but occasional static, unexplained shadows or recordings that cut off abruptly. On one audio file, playing at triple speed, I heard what sounded like conversations happening in reverse. I showed a recording to my friend Alex when he visited. He heard nothing but white noise. The look of concern on his face told me everything I needed to know about what he thought of my mental state. The voices grew more insistent, more coherent. They began telling me things, secrets about myself I had never shared, memories I had forgotten. They knew about the bird I had accidentally killed as a child, the lies I told to my former partner, the darkest thoughts I had never voiced aloud. I started responding to them, asking questions, writing down their answers in a notebook I kept hidden under my mattress. The pages filled with conversations that made less and less sense to my waking mind, but felt profound during our exchanges. One night I woke to find my hand covered in ink, gripping a pen. In the notebook were pages of writing in my handwriting, but not my words. Equations, symbols, diagrams I didn't understand, and repeated throughout. The barrier thins. The closet door now refused to stay closed. Each morning I would find it open a crack, despite my efforts to secure it shut. I tried jamming a chair under the knob, but by morning the chair had moved across the room and the door was ajar. Objects in my home began to migrate. I would place my keys on the kitchen counter only to find them hanging inside the closet. My favorite mug disappeared from the dishwasher and reappeared on the closet floor. My medications would vanish from the bathroom cabinet, later discovered arranged in perfect circles on my closet's shelf. I stopped leaving my bedroom. Work called, friends texted, but I couldn't explain. How could I tell them that my closet was becoming a boundary between worlds? That something was pushing through, using my name, my voice, my hands. The voices became a constant companion. They no longer came only from the closet, but from walls, from appliances, from the water running in the shower. They spoke about crossing over, about becoming, about merging. "We need a vessel," they told me one night. "We chose you, Samuel." I found myself standing before the closet, unaware of how I had gotten there. My reflection in the mirror on the door showed someone I barely recognized, gaunt, pale, eyes too wide and too dark. But it wasn't just me in the reflection. Behind me stood shadows, their forms indistinct yet somehow familiar. They moved when I moved, spoke when I spoke. We were becoming synchronized. The final night, I don't know if it was real or a dream, I awoke to find the closet door wide open, but beyond it was not the shallow space filled with clothes. Instead, a vast darkness stretched infinitely, punctuated by distant points of light that were not stars. The air that flowed out was neither hot nor cold, but somehow both and neither, carrying sense of places that should not exist. The voices called from within that impossible space. My name over and over in a building crescendo. The floor beneath my feet vibrated. The walls trembled. Pictures fell. Glass shattered. I stood at the threshold looking into that darkness, and the darkness looked back. Here is what I know now. Reality is thin. What we believe to be solid is merely an agreement, a consensus that can be broken. My closet was never just a closet, it was a door. Not everyone has such a door, but everyone has the potential for one. They still speak to me, but not from the closet anymore. They speak through me. My voice carries their words. My hands write their thoughts. My eyes see both this world and theirs, overlapping like double-exposed film. I appear normal to others. I go to work, I socialize, I smile, but I am not alone inside this skin. Sometimes when I meet someone new, I can sense it immediately. They have a door too. I can see it in their eyes, hear it in the catch of their breath when our hands touch. I wonder if they know. I wonder if they've heard the whispers yet. If you're reading this, it might be too late already. Pay attention to the spaces you've always ignored, the closet you never fully empty, the attic hatch you never open, the basement corner you avoid without knowing why. Listen carefully in the quiet moments. That faint sound might not be your house settling or your mind playing tricks. It might be something calling your name. Story 5. I was washing dishes, staring absently at the kitchen window when I noticed it. My reflection was wrong, not just reversed, but different. The air smelled like dish soap and something sharp, like burnt sugar. I turned my head, watching closely. My reflection copied me, but a half second too late. My stomach twisted, and then, just as I reached to turn off the water, it smiled. My hand froze midair. Reflections don't smile independently. They mimic, they follow, they don't lead. Yet there it was, a curve of lips that didn't belong to me, a knowing look in eyes that should have been mine. I backed away from the sink, water still running. The reflection stayed, hands submerged in invisible water, watching me retreat. My heart hammered against my ribcage. The kitchen felt smaller, the walls pressing inward. The familiar scent of my home had transformed into something foreign, a mixture of wet earth and metal. When I blinked, my reflection returned to normal. It followed my movements precisely as I cautiously approached the window again. Perhaps it had been a trick of light, a momentary delusion brought on by fatigue. I touched my face. The reflection did the same. I smiled. It smiled back in perfect synchronization. The incident should have ended there. A strange moment, nothing more. But that night I woke to the sound of water running. Not dripping, running, as if someone had turned a faucet to full capacity. The sound originated from my bathroom. I found the faucet off, the sink dry, yet the sound persisted, an auditory ghost haunting my apartment. Standing before the bathroom mirror, I saw only darkness reflected back, darkness that seemed deeper than the room behind me warranted. I reached for the light switch, but hesitated, suddenly certain I didn't want to see what might appear in the glass. The next morning, I covered the kitchen window with newspaper. The bathroom mirror followed, then every reflective surface I could find. My laptop screen, the glass coffee table, even the stainless steel appliances that threw back warped versions of my face. My apartment transformed into a cave of paper and fabric. The darkness felt safer than what might stare back at me from shiny surfaces. Without reflections, life should have returned to normal. Well, it didn't. The smell came first, burnt sugar intensifying day by day, no matter how many times I checked for forgotten food or electrical issues. Then sounds, water running distantly, stopping whenever I actively listened for it. Most disturbing were the moments when, despite all my precautions, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, always just beyond direct sight. I began documenting everything. A notebook became my constant companion, filled with observations, sketches, questions without answers. Pages filled with increasingly desperate handwriting. Day 4, newspaper on kitchen window moved slightly. No wind, doors closed. Day 7, found water puddle beneath covered bathroom mirror. No source. Day 9, burnt sugar smell strongest near covered surfaces. Day 12, heard whispering from inside the walls. When I pressed my ear against them, they felt warm, almost like skin. Sleep became impossible. In darkness, I felt watched by unseen eyes. In light, shadows moved independently of their sources. I called friends, made excuses to stay at their homes, but the phenomena followed. Their mirrors seemed to track my movements, reflecting angles of my face that should have been impossible from where I stood. No one noticed but me. When I pointed out these anomalies, they looked concerned not about the reflections, but about my mental state. "Maybe you should talk to someone," they suggested, exchanging worried glances when they thought I wasn't looking. Perhaps they were right, but how could I explain this to a professional? That my reflection had developed independence, that it seemed to exist even when I couldn't see it. One night, alone again in my papered apartment, the whispering from the walls grew louder, almost comprehensible. The air thickened with the burnt sugar smell, now mixed with something organic and decaying. I sat in the center of my living room, notebook open, recording every sensation with scientific detachment that belied my terror. A constant dripping sound emerged from the kitchen. The lights flickered, dimming to a sickly yellow glow. The walls vibrated with a subtle rhythm that matched my heartbeat. My pen scratched against paper, documenting my own undoing. "I know you can hear me," I said aloud. My voice sounded foreign, as if it belonged to someone else. The whispering stopped, the absolute silence that followed pressed against my eardrums. "What do you want?" I asked the emptiness. The newspaper covering my television screen bulged outward, as if something pushed against it from inside the device. Not the screen itself, something within the television, trying to get out. I approached slowly, pen still in hand. With each step, the newspaper bulged further, taking on a vague human shape. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the paper. A single sharp tear, that's all it took. Behind the newspaper wasn't my television screen, but a window to somewhere that wasn't my apartment. A dim room appeared, furnished identically to mine, but inverted, colors slightly wrong. Standing at the window from the other side was me, but not me. This version had my face, but wore an expression I'd never seen in any mirror. A knowing, hungry look. It pressed its palms against the glass, fingers splayed. Where its fingertips touched, the barrier between us thinned, becoming translucent, almost membranous. I stepped back, but my foot knocked against something solid. Glancing down, I saw my television on the floor behind me unplugged, screen dark. When I looked up again, the window remained. "I've been waiting," my reflection said. The voice came from everywhere, the walls, the floor, inside my head. Its mouth didn't move, for someone who could see. My scientific detachment shattered. I ran for the front door, fumbling with locks that suddenly seemed foreign to my fingers. When the door finally opened, I stumbled not into the hallway of my apartment building, but into a long corridor lined with windows. Behind each one, a different version of myself watched with that same hungry expression. I slammed the door shut, breathing heavily. Back in my apartment, the newspaper coverings had fallen from every surface. Each reflection showed the same scene, the inverted room, the other me waiting patiently. In desperation, I grabbed my notebook and wrote feverishly. They want to switch places, they want out. The pen slipped from my fingers as my hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The room temperature plummeted. My breath formed clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The burnt sugar smell became overwhelming, cloying, filling my lungs until breathing became difficult. The lights went out. In darkness, I felt my way to the bathroom, seeking the comfort of enclosed space, walls I could touch. I locked the door behind me, though I knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever hunted me wasn't stopped by physical barriers. My phone's flashlight offered meager illumination. I aimed it away from the covered mirror, focusing instead on the blank wall opposite. My shadow stretched across it, distorted and elongated. A shadow that moved when I held perfectly still. The mirror's covering fell away without being touched. The glass surface shimmered in my phone's light, not reflecting the bathroom but showing the inverted room again. My doppelganger stood centered in the glass, head tilted curiously. "We've always been here," it said without speaking, watching through every reflection, waiting for someone thin enough to see us. You're special that way your perception stretches between worlds. My phone died. Darkness consumed the bathroom. I felt movement in the blackness, the air shifting as something stepped through. "Your world has so much more space," the voice whispered directly behind me. "So much room to move. We've been cramped for so long, compressed into flat surfaces." Cold fingers brushed my neck. I spun, finding nothing but darkness. "What happens to me?" I managed to ask, voice cracking. Laughter echoed from all directions. "You'll have our place, of course, watching from windows and mirrors and polished surfaces. Maybe someday you'll find someone else who can see." The bathroom door opened by itself. Light spilled in from my apartment light that revealed no one standing in the bathroom with me. Just my reflection in the mirror, watching with that same hungry smile. Except I wasn't smiling. I sleep in the bathtub now. It's the only place without reflective surfaces. My notebook stays with me, pages filling with observations about my changing reality. The apartment feels larger somehow, spaces expanding beyond what architecture should allow. Doors open to rooms that didn't exist before. Windows show landscapes I don't recognize. Sometimes I catch glimpses of myself going about daily routines, making coffee, reading books, talking on the phone, activities I have no memory of performing. My body moves through the world while I watch, increasingly disconnected. I write this account as evidence, as warning. The boundaries between worlds have thinned. The reflections watch, they wait, they hunger for dimension. And they wear our faces when they come through. My reflection writes these words now. My reflection lives my life. And I watch from behind glass, fingers pressed against cold surfaces, waiting for someone else who might notice their reflection moved just a half second too late. Someone special, someone like you. Story 6. I had been mowing the lawn when my foot caught on something. A hole, small at first, but deep, too deep. As I knelt to look inside, my stomach twisted. The tunnel stretched downward, its walls lined with stone curving out of sight. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of earth and something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. And at the very bottom, just barely visible in the dim light, something moved. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. The movement came again, a gentle ripple, like water disturbed by an unseen hand. But I knew it wasn't water. Water doesn't pulse with intent. My rational mind insisted it was an animal, a raccoon, or perhaps a stray cat that had found its way in. Yet something about the way it shifted in the shadows felt wrong. I leaned closer, my breath creating small clouds of condensation despite the summer heat. The cold rising from the tunnel wrapped around my wrists like gentle fingers. That night I dreamed of descending. My sleeping mind constructed a continuation of the tunnel, spiraling downward through impossible depths. I woke with dirt beneath my fingernails and the taste of soil in my mouth. The hole had grown wider by morning. The diameter now matched the span of my outstretched hands. I took photos with my phone, the flash illuminating sections of smooth, curved stone. The masonry appeared ancient, yet impossible. No construction had ever taken place in my yard. The property records confirmed this fact when I checked them later that day. My house sat on undisturbed land, or so the documents claimed. I dropped a small stone into the darkness, waiting for the sound of impact. Nothing came back except a faint echo that sounded distressingly like my name. My neighbor Paul noticed me studying the hole. "Sinkhole problem?" he asked, leaning over the fence. I nodded, not wanting to explain. He offered to help fill it, but something in me resisted. The tunnel felt personal somehow, meant for me alone. That night the sounds began, soft scratching beneath the floorboards of my bedroom, directly above where the tunnel would extend if it continued under the house. I pressed my ear to the floor and heard what sounded like whispered conversations, words just beyond comprehension. I purchased a small digital recorder and lowered it into the tunnel with a string. The recording captured only static, interrupted by occasional breaks of silence that formed patterns too regular to be random. I spent hours transcribing these patterns into my notebook, connecting the dots between silence and noise. The resulting shape resembled a spiral, matching the curve of the tunnel itself. The dreams intensified. Each night I descended farther down the stone passage. The walls pulsed with a soft light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. And always, just around the next bend, that movement waited, retreating as I approached. I began taking photos of myself each morning upon waking. The images showed subtle changes, dark circles forming under my eyes, my skin taking on a pale, almost translucent quality. In the latest pictures, I noticed small specks of what appeared to be stone dust clinging to my hair. The tunnel continued to widen. I could now fit my shoulders through the opening. The sweet smell grew stronger, becoming almost pleasant in its intensity. It reminded me of something from childhood, a memory just out of reach. I found myself sitting by the tunnel entrance for hours, listening. The sounds from below formed patterns in my mind, creating images of vast underground chambers and winding passages. I started sketching what I imagined, filling notebook after notebook with intricate drawings of an underground world that felt increasingly familiar. My phone stopped working near the tunnel. Electronics malfunctioned within a growing radius of the opening. The microwave in my kitchen began turning itself on at odd hours, heating nothing, its display showing impossible cooking times. I started losing track of days. The neighbors mentioned not seeing me for quite some time, though to me it felt like only hours had passed. My mail had piled up, bills left unopened. My lawn had grown wild except for a perfect circle around the tunnel entrance, where the grass had turned a deep, unnatural shade of green. The tunnel called to me in voices that sounded like family members long gone. My mother, who died when I was young, my grandfather, whose face I could barely remember. They spoke from the darkness, telling me they had discovered something wonderful below. I tied a rope around my waist and secured it to the sturdy oak tree in my yard. With a flashlight gripped tightly, I lowered myself into the opening. The stone walls felt warm to the touch, almost skin-like in texture. They seemed to give slightly beneath my fingers, as if breathing. The descent was longer than physically possible. The rope behind me stretched taut, yet I continued downward, far beyond the length it should have allowed. The flashlight beam grew weaker the deeper I went, not from failing batteries, but as if the darkness itself was consuming the light. I reached a chamber where the tunnel widened. The walls here were covered in symbols that shifted when I tried to focus on them. In the center stood a pedestal of the same stone as the tunnel walls. Atop it rested a small object that I initially mistook for a mirror. As I approached, I realized it was showing not my reflection, but rather a version of myself smiling, healthy, standing in sunlight. This other me beckoned, gesturing for me to touch the surface. My fingers trembled as they approached the object. The chamber around me pulsed with anticipation. The air grew thick, making each breath a conscious effort. The sweet smell became overwhelming, bringing with it flashes of memory, childhood birthdays, first loves, moments of pure joy. Contact with the surface felt like ice and fire simultaneously. The world inverted. I was standing in my yard again, looking down at the tunnel, only now from the inside. The hole above me showed the sky, but wrong somehow the colors shifted. The clouds moved in patterns that made my eyes hurt. I climbed out into a world that resembled mine in every detail except the ones that matter. The sun feels colder here. Food tastes like memory rather than substance. People smile too widely when they see me, their eyes remaining flat and empty. Most nights I return to what used to be my backyard and stare at the patch of ground where the tunnel first appeared. Sometimes I think I see the grass move, like something is stirring just beneath the surface. I've started digging with my bare hands, tearing at the earth, hoping to find my way back. The dirt under my fingernails never washes away now. When I close my eyes, I see the tunnel stretching before me, but this time leading upward, back to what I left behind. Something waits for me there too, the same presence I first glimpsed moving in the darkness. I know now what happens when you find a tunnel that has no right to exist. You become the thing that moves in the dark, the thing that waits at the bottom, calling others down. And somewhere in what used to be my world, someone is mowing their lawn, about to catch their foot on something unexpected. Story 7, the phone hadn't worked in years. It was just an old rotary model I had found at a thrift store, something decorative, something useless. But tonight, as I sat reading, the air smelled of dust and something bitter, like burning paper. And then the phone rang. Not a digital chime or electronic buzz, but that authentic mechanical bell ring that echoed through my small apartment. One ring, then another. The sound crawled up my spine like cold fingers. I stared at it from my reading chair, book forgotten in my lap. The black bakelite gleamed under the lamp light, almost wet-looking. Another ring. The cord wasn't even connected to anything. I had placed it on the vintage side table purely for aesthetic reasons, a conversation piece for guests who rarely came. My throat tightened as I approached it. The ringing continued, insistent, impossible. Standing over it now, I could see a faint vibration with each ring, the handset trembling against its cradle. I reached down and lifted the receiver. Silence, then breathing, not mine. "Hello," my voice sounded thin, foreign to my own ears. The breathing continued, rhythmic and rasping, like someone dragging something heavy across rough terrain. I pressed the cold plastic harder against my ear. "Who is this?" I demanded, my confidence a poor mask for growing unease. A voice answered, distant yet somehow inside my head simultaneously. "I've been trying to reach you." The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, yet familiar in a way I couldn't place. "This phone isn't connected," I said, turning to confirm what I already knew. The cord ended in a frayed edge, never plugged into any socket. "All phones are connected," the voice paused, "even the forgotten ones." I should have hung up, any rational person would have. Instead, I found myself sinking into my armchair, receiver pressed tight against my ear. "What do you want?" "To warn you, the walls between are getting thin." "Between what?" "Look in the mirror behind you." I hadn't owned a mirror that hung in my living room, ever, but the certainty in the voice made me turn around slowly, and there it was, an ornate antique mirror with a tarnished silver frame hanging on the wall where my bookshelf should have been. My reflection looked wrong delayed, as if moving a fraction of a second after I did. "Do you see now?" the voice asked. In the mirror, my apartment appeared different. Shadows pooled in corners that should have been well lit. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting. And behind my reflection, standing in the doorway to the kitchen, was a figure indistinct, tall, watching. I spun around. My kitchen doorway was empty. "What's happening?" My fingers were white-knuckled around the receiver. "You invited us in," the voice said. "Every object has a history. Some carry more than others." I looked at the rotary phone in my hand. The phone. The lamp, the book, that chair you're sitting in, all doorways. Something in the room shifted. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop. The bitter smell grew stronger, and beneath it something else, wet soil and decay. "I don't understand," I said, though a part of me was beginning to. "You've been collecting objects from the in-between places, things that belong to people who slipped through the cracks. We noticed." I had always been drawn to antique stores, estate sales, forgotten places. The items in my apartment weren't just decorations, they were treasures rescued from obscurity. The rotary phone from a blind vendor who couldn't describe where he'd gotten it. The reading lamp that flickered occasionally despite new wiring. The armchair that sometimes felt warm when I returned home. "Who are you?" I whispered. "Former collectors like you." The lights dimmed, though I hadn't touched any switches. In the newfound dimness, the phone's rotary dial began to glow with a faint blue luminescence. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing you haven't already given, but now the connection works both ways." I looked around my apartment. All my precious finds, my rescued treasures, seemed suddenly malevolent. The porcelain figurine watching me from the shelf. the vintage radio that sometimes emitted static when turned off, the typewriter whose keys would occasionally depress on their own during quiet nights. How do I stop this? The voice made a sound like laughter, but distorted, as if played backward. You don't want to stop it, not really. You've been searching for us longer than you know. I stood up, meaning to hang up the phone, to end whatever this was. But as I pulled the receiver away from my ear, I could hear the voice continuing to speak, now audible throughout the room as if on speakerphone. We're curious about you too. We've been watching, learning your patterns, your habits, your fears. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'm hanging up now. It won't matter, the line is open now. I slammed the receiver down. The apartment fell silent, but something had changed. The silence itself felt alive, attentive. I walked to the kitchen, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the hardwood. Opening the drawer, I grabbed a pair of scissors and returned to the phone. I would cut the cord, useless as it already was. A symbolic gesture, perhaps, but I needed to do something. As I approached, the phone rang again. One ring, two. I ignored it, kneeling down with the scissors. The cord writhed away from the blades like a living thing. I dropped the scissors, scrambling backward. The ringing stopped. In its place came a click, the sound of someone picking up. Don't you want to know what we look like? The voice was coming from the receiver, though it remained in its cradle. A knocking sound came from somewhere inside my apartment, then another from a different location. Then more, a percussive symphony of knocks from inside the walls, beneath the floor, above the ceiling. I ran to the front door, yanking it open. Instead of the hallway of my apartment building, I faced a brick wall, aged and covered in spreading black mold. My knees weakened. The voice had been right. I had invited this in, piece by piece, object by object. My apartment was no longer just mine. It had become a junction, a meeting place between my world and somewhere else. The knocking stopped. The phone was silent now. I turned slowly, surveying what had been my sanctuary. Nothing looked overtly different, yet everything had changed. The shadows were deeper. The air tasted different. Something moved in the mirror. My reflection smiled at me, though my own face remained frozen in horror. Days have passed since then. Or perhaps weeks, it's hard to tell now. The phone rings sometimes. Sometimes I answer it. Sometimes I find myself speaking into it without remembering having picked it up. The mirror shows different versions of my apartment. Sometimes it's in ruins. Sometimes it's filled with strange figures. Sometimes it shows nothing at all, just endless blackness. New objects appear occasionally, a music box I never bought, a painting I don't remember hanging. They blend in with my collection, indistinguishable from the items I chose myself. I've tried leaving, of course. The front door sometimes leads to the normal hallway of my building. I can walk outside, interact with people, buy groceries. But no matter what, I'm drawn back here. And each time I return, the apartment feels less like mine and more like theirs. The strangest part is that I'm no longer certain I want to escape. There's something intoxicating about existing at this intersection. I've started keeping a journal, documenting the changes, the visitations, the messages from the phone. I've become both subject and observer of this phenomenon. Last night, my reflection stepped fully out of the mirror. It sat in my reading chair while I stood watching. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. We understand each other without words now. The phone is ringing again. This time, I think I'll let my reflection answer it. I'm curious what it will say, what secrets it might share. Perhaps it knows what happens when the walls between worlds fall completely. Perhaps it will finally tell me why, of all people, I was chosen for this connection. Or perhaps I was never chosen at all. Perhaps I chose this, piece by piece, treasure by rescued treasure, building my collection of doorways without knowing what they would eventually open into. The phone keeps ringing, my reflection is waiting. I nod, giving it permission to answer. After all, I'm a collector, and now I think I'm also becoming part of someone else's collection. Story 8, I had been using this ID for years. My name, my face, my address, everything was right. But today, as I handed it to the cashier, she frowned. My stomach clenched as I looked down at it. My name was the same. My photo was the same. But the number at the bottom, my birth date, my information, none of it was mine. The air smelled faintly of plastic and something acrid, like scorched fabric. And then, at the very bottom of the card, I noticed it. A small message printed in the corner, "This isn't you." The cashier handed back my ID with a neutral expression that betrayed nothing. Had she seen it too? The message, the wrong numbers, her fingers brushed against mine, unexpectedly cold despite the warmth of the store. "Is everything all right?" she asked, her voice almost musical against the background hum of fluorescent lights and distant conversations. I nodded, forcing a smile that felt wrong on my face. "Just fine," I replied, though my voice sounded distant even to my own ears. Walking away from the counter, I felt the weight of the ID card in my pocket heavier somehow than it had any right to be. The shopping bag dangled from my fingers, but I couldn't remember what I'd purchased or why I had come to this store in the first place. Outside, the air felt different against my skin. The sky hung low and gray, neither day nor night, just a vast expanse of nothing particular. I pulled out my ID again, examining it under the strange half-light. The wrong numbers seemed to pulse slightly as though they were breathing. The message remained, etched in that perfect, impersonal font, "This isn't you." My reflection in a nearby window caught my attention. Same face, same eyes, same hair, but something felt off, like seeing a photograph that had been subtly altered. I raised my hand, the reflection raised its hand. I tilted my head, it tilted its head. But when I blinked, I could swear the reflection remained staring for just a fraction of a second too long. At home, I laid the ID card on my kitchen table and stared at it. The numbers that should have been my birth date now formed a sequence I didn't recognize. I traced them with my finger, and the plastic felt unnaturally warm, almost feverish. The photograph, still my face, seemed to have shifted slightly in its frame, as though I had moved during the exposure. I decided to document this. Taking my phone, I snapped a picture of the ID. When I checked the image, my breath caught in my throat. The photo showed only a blank white card. No name, no picture, no numbers, no message. I took another picture, blank again. The walls of my apartment seemed to lean inward just slightly, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. And I was definitely paying attention now, every sense heightened, every nerve ending alert. The familiar scent of my home was underlaid with something else metallic and sharp, like old pennies or blood. My computer was on the desk in the corner, and I moved toward it, the floor creaking beneath my feet in unfamiliar patterns. The sounds were wrong, off rhythm, as though the boards had rearranged themselves while I wasn't looking. Online, I searched for the sequence of numbers from my ID. Each search returned nothing useful, just strings of unrelated information and images that seemed to blur at the edges. But in my email inbox, there was a message from an address I didn't recognize, just a string of those same numbers from my ID, followed by a domain I'd never heard of. The subject line was blank. The body contained a single line: "We've been trying to reach you about your identity." My finger hovered over the message. Delete it, open it. The cursor seemed to flicker between options without my touching the mouse. When I finally clicked, the message disappeared entirely, as though it had never existed. My inbox refreshed, showing nothing unusual at all. That night, sleep came in fragments. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those wrong numbers floating in darkness. The phrase, "This isn't you," whispered at the edges of my consciousness. My skin felt wrong against the sheets, as though it didn't quite fit me anymore. I dreamed of forms and applications, endless papers where I wrote my name over and over, but each time I finished, an unseen hand erased it and I had to begin again. In the dream, my fingers grew shorter with each attempt, my handwriting becoming less recognizable, less mine. Morning arrived with a knock at my door. No one was there when I opened it, but a package sat on my doorstep. Plain brown paper, no labels, no postage. Inside was a folder containing what appeared to be my birth certificate, my social security card, my passport, all the documents that define me on paper, all with different numbers than I remembered, all with that same message printed in the corner: "This isn't you." I called the number on the back of my ID card. A recording answered, the voice neither male nor female, speaking in measured tones. "The identity you are attempting to claim is currently unavailable. Please submit Form ID-B with proper documentation to verify your existence. Failure to comply may result in permanent identity suspension." The line went dead before I could respond. When I tried the number again, a different voice answered, informing me that the number was not in service and never had been. My reflection in the bathroom mirror that morning looked tired but normal. I leaned closer, examining the details of my face, the scar above my eyebrow from childhood, the uneven stubble on my chin, the slight asymmetry of my eyes, all the imperfections that made me recognizable to myself. I pressed my palm against the mirror and the glass felt unusually warm. When I pulled my hand away, the print remained far longer than it should have, slowly fading like breath on a cold day. At work, no one seemed to notice anything different about me. They called me by name, smiled in recognition, discussed projects we were collaborating on. But their gazes never quite met mine, always focusing just slightly above or to the side, as though they were addressing someone standing near me rather than me myself. In the break room, a colleague asked for my input on something, but when I began to speak, he continued his question as though he hadn't heard me. I reached out to tap his shoulder, and he turned suddenly, startled. "I didn't see you there," he said, though I had been standing directly in front of him. The office bathroom had a full-length mirror. I stood before it, watching myself. When I moved my right hand, the reflection moved its left. When I frowned, it smiled just slightly, just enough to notice. I held up my ID card next to my face, comparing the photograph to my reflection. In the mirror, the card appeared blank. That night, my phone rang with an unlisted number. The voice on the other end spoke my name as a question. "Yes, this is me," I answered, though even as the words left my mouth, I felt uncertain of their truth. "We've detected an unauthorized identity in your residence," the voice said. "Please remain where you are. A verification team has been dispatched." "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line had already gone dead. Outside my window, the streetlights flickered in an unfamiliar pattern, almost like code. The shadows they cast on my wall seemed wrong, too sharp in some places, too diffuse in others. One shadow in particular didn't match any object in my room. It moved independently, stretching and contracting as I watched. My ID card sat on the nightstand, and now I noticed that the photograph had definitely changed. Still my face, but the expression was different, a slight smile I had never worn for that photo. As I watched, the features blurred slightly, then sharpened again into a face that was mine but not quite mine. The eyes were wrong, the iris pattern different, the gaze harder. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Instead, I took a pen and paper and began to document everything that had happened since the cashier had frowned at my ID. As I wrote, the pen felt increasingly heavy in my hand, the ink appearing on the page a fraction of a second after my pen had moved on, as though struggling to keep up with reality. When I finished writing, I read back what I had documented. The words were all wrong, not what I had intended to write at all. The page contained only one sentence, repeated dozens of times. "This isn't you." The knock at my door made me jump, 3 sharp raps evenly spaced, then silence. Through the peephole, the hallway appeared empty. But something about the quality of emptiness felt wrong, as though the space were occupied by something I couldn't see. Another knock, same pattern. I pressed my ear to the door and heard breathing on the other side, not heavy or threatening, just the steady in and out of someone waiting patiently. "Who's there?" I called, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. "Identity verification," came the reply. The voice sounded exactly like my own. My hand hovered over the doorknob. The metal felt warm, vibrating slightly against my palm. The air in my apartment had become thick, hard to breathe, carrying the scent of electrical fire and something sweeter beneath it. "I need to see some identification," I said, immediately aware of the irony. A card slipped under my door, spinning slightly on the hardwood floor before coming to rest. I picked it up. It was my ID exact in every detail, down to the wrong numbers and the message in the corner. But the face in the photograph was smiling now, the eyes looking directly at the camera with recognition, as though the photographer were an old friend. Another knock at the door, another. The knob turned by itself, though I had locked it. The door began to open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond a darkness deeper than night, deeper than absence. A darkness that had presence and weight. From that darkness, a figure emerged, blurry at first, then sharpening into focus with each step forward. My height, my build, my face, my clothes, my movements, me in every detail that mattered. But its ID card, held out toward me between finger and thumb, bore the correct numbers. the ones I remembered, the ones that had always been mine. There seems to be a problem, my doppelganger said in my voice. Only one of us can be real. It smiled my smile, but somehow wrong on its face. Its eyes never blinked. You have my numbers, I said, my voice barely audible. No, it replied, still smiling. You have mine, but not for much longer. The lights flickered around us. The walls of my apartment seemed to breathe inward and outward. The air between us felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. It stepped closer, I stepped back. Our movements mirrored perfectly, as though we were engaged in some macabre dance. What happens now? I asked. Verification, it replied, and correction. The ID card in my hand grew hotter, nearly burning my skin. The photo on it was changing more rapidly now, features blurring and resolving, blurring and resolving. Sometimes my face, sometimes the face of the thing standing before me, sometimes a face I didn't recognize at all. The message in the corner of the card was changing too, letters rearranging themselves into new words. This will be you. My reflection, the thing wearing my face, reached out its hand. Against every instinct, I found myself reaching back. Our fingertips touched. The world inverted. I felt myself coming apart and reforming molecule by molecule. For a moment, I existed in two places at once, both inside myself and outside, looking in. I saw through its eyes, seeing myself as strange and wrong and other. I felt its certainty that it was the original, that I was the mistake to be corrected. When reality stabilized again, I stood alone in my apartment. The door was closed. The ID card in my hand displayed my face, my correct birth date, my proper information. No strange message in the corner, everything as it should be. Relief washed over me, cool and sweet as rain, just a hallucination. A strange psychological episode brought on by stress or lack of sleep, nothing more. In the bathroom, I splashed water on my face and looked up at my reflection. It smiled at me, a smile of recognition and triumph. I didn't smile back. My reflection winked, I didn't. As I backed away from the mirror, my reflection stayed in place, watching me go with my own eyes. It placed its palm against the glass from the other side. In my pocket, my ID card grew warm against my leg. I didn't need to look at it to know what it now said in the corner, in that perfect, impersonal font. This is me now. Story 9, I lived alone. I had checked every lock, every window. But tonight, as I lay in bed, I heard them. Footsteps, slow, measured, stopping just outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. The air smelled thick, musty, like damp wood and something metallic. I held my breath, waiting. And then from the other side of the door, I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock. My muscles tensed. Nobody should be here. The knock came again, a gentle rhythm against the wood. I sat up, sheets pooling around my waist. The digital display on my nightstand cast a pale blue glow across the room, making shadows dance along the walls. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. Silence answered me. Then a whisper, so faint I might have imagined it, seeped through the crack beneath the door. My name, just my name, but spoken in a voice I couldn't place. I slid out of bed, my bare feet meeting the cold wooden floor. The boards creaked beneath my weight as I approached the door. My hand hovered over the knob, trembling. The metal felt unnaturally cold against my palm. "I know someone's there," I said, pressing my ear against the door. "What do you want?" Again, nothing but silence. I placed my hand on the doorknob, twisting it slowly. The latch clicked and I pulled the door open. The hallway stretched before me, empty and dark. No one stood there, nothing moved in the shadows. I stepped out, peering down the corridor, checking each corner. Nothing. I returned to my bedroom, closing the door firmly behind me. My heart raced as I crawled back into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. Perhaps I had dreamed it all. Perhaps the old house was settling, playing tricks on my mind. I closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Then I heard it again, footsteps. This time they moved across my ceiling. Slow, deliberate steps, as if someone paced back and forth in a room that didn't exist. I sat up, staring at the ceiling. The footsteps paused, then continued, moving toward the far corner of the room. I reached for my phone, fingers fumbling in the dark. I needed to document this, to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the recording app and hit record. At first, the recording captured only my breathing, rapid and shallow. Then, as if responding to being observed, the footsteps grew louder. They moved across the ceiling, down the wall, and back into the hallway. The recording picked up each step, each creak of phantom weight on old floorboards. I stopped the recording and played it back, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps were there, clear as day, but something else had been captured too. Between the footsteps, a voice whispered my name over and over, growing more insistent with each repetition. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. The screen cracked against the hardwood floor, the recording still playing. The whispers continued, growing louder, more distorted. I snatched up the phone, fumbling to stop the playback. In the silence that followed, I heard something new, a scratching sound like fingernails against the other side of my bedroom door, soft at first, then more insistent. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound moved from the door to the walls, circling the room. I wrapped my arms around my knees, making myself as small as possible. The scratching continued, joined by a low hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice breaking. The scratching stopped, the hum faded. Silence descended once more, heavy and oppressive. I sat frozen, waiting. The knock returned, 3 rapid taps against my door. Then the doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I watched, paralyzed, as the door inched open. Nothing stood in the doorway, no person, no shadow, no form, just empty space. Yet I could feel a presence, something watching me from the darkness. I grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty doorway. I swept the light across the room, checking every corner, every shadow. Nothing. I moved to the door, peering out into the hallway. Empty. I closed the door, this time locking it. I pressed my back against it, sliding down to sit on the floor. My fingers found the recording app again. I hit record. "If someone's there," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "show yourself." The recording captured only silence at first, then a whisper, Not my name this time, but words I couldn't quite make out. I leaned closer to the phone, straining to hear. "Come find me," the voice said, clear now, as if spoken directly into the microphone. I played the recording back. The voice was there, but different somehow. Distorted, stretched, as if the words had been pulled apart and reassembled incorrectly. A sudden noise made me jump. The sound of breaking glass came from somewhere in the house. I clutched the phone tighter, its light my only comfort in the darkness. Against my better judgment, I got to my feet. If something was in my house, I needed to know what it was. I unlocked the door, stepping out into the hallway. The flashlight beam danced along the walls as I moved cautiously forward. The sound had come from the kitchen. I made my way down the hallway, past the living room, my free hand trailing along the wall for guidance. The wall felt wrong beneath my fingertips, its texture somehow altered. It seemed to pulse ever so slightly, as if breathing. I snatched my hand away, focusing on the beam of light ahead. The kitchen doorway loomed before me, a rectangle of deeper darkness. I stepped through, sweeping the light across the room. A glass lay shattered on the floor, water pooling around the fragments. I approached carefully, mindful of the broken shards. The glass had been sitting on the counter when I went to bed. Now it lay broken, as if someone had deliberately pushed it off. As I bent to examine the glass, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and the light from my phone dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a shadow shifting against the wall. I straightened, turning toward the movement. The shadow retreated, sliding along the wall and into the hallway. I followed, drawn by a curiosity stronger than my fear. The shadow moved ahead of me, always just beyond the reach of my light. It led me back to my bedroom door, which now stood open despite my having closed it. Inside, the room looked different somehow. The dimensions seemed wrong, the corners too sharp, the ceiling too high. I stepped inside, and the door closed behind me with a soft click. The shadow I had followed was gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. I turned in a slow circle, phone held high, light cutting through the darkness. My reflection caught my eye. In the mirror above my dresser, I saw myself, phone held aloft, face pale in the harsh light, but something was wrong. My reflection moved a fraction too slowly, its eyes meeting mine with a look I couldn't quite place. I raised my hand. My reflection did the same, but with a delay so slight I might have imagined it. I stepped closer to the mirror, studying my face. Were those my eyes looking back at me? They seemed different somehow, too dark, too knowing. As I watched, my reflection smiled, a slow, spreading smile that I was not making. I stumbled backward, away from the mirror, away from that wrong smile. The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. The light spun, casting wild shadows across the walls before settling, pointing toward the mirror. In that moment, in the strange angle of the light, I saw something else in the reflection. Not just myself, but something behind me. A figure, indistinct but unmistakably there. I whirled around. The room was empty. I was alone. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection stood as I did, alone and afraid. But as I watched, it raised a finger to its lips, a gesture of silence. The footsteps returned then, louder than before. They surrounded me, coming from all directions at once. The walls seemed to pulse with each step, the very air vibrating. I sank to the floor, covering my ears. The sound penetrated nonetheless, boring into my mind, and with it came the voice, no longer a whisper but a chorus, speaking in unison. "We've been waiting for you," they said. "We've always been here." The footsteps converged, moving toward me from all sides. The temperature dropped further, frost forming on the mirror, on the windows, on my skin. I huddled on the floor, watching as my breath formed clouds before me. The voices grew louder, the footsteps closer. The walls pulsed, the ceiling stretched, the floor tilted beneath me. Reality bent and warped around me, transforming the familiar into something alien and wrong. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The footsteps ceased. The voices fell silent. The room returned to normal, the temperature rising, the frost melting away. I sat on the floor, heart pounding, waiting for whatever came next. Nothing did. The night stretched on, silent and still. When morning came, I convinced myself it had all been a dream, a nightmare born of stress and an overactive imagination. I went about my day, pushing the memory away. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard them again. Footsteps, slow, measured, stopping just outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. The air smelled thick, musty, like damp wood and something metallic. I held my breath, waiting, and then from the other side of the door I heard it, a soft, deliberate knock. This time I answered. Story 10. As I awaken, a heavy blanket of sensation envelops me, casting a leaden weight upon my limbs. The room is aglow with a soft, pearlescent light, its source a mystery shrouded in the walls' ever-shifting hues. Each glance brings a new shade to the forefront, painting the space in an ethereal dance of colors. The ceiling stretches far above, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. The bed beneath me cradles my form with a plushness that verges on surreal, its silk sheets whispering against my skin in a hypnotic melody. A familiar, sweet fragrance lingers in the air, teasing my senses with hints of lavender or vanilla that morph and shift with each attempt to grasp them. Time meanders through this room, its passage marked by the languid dance of shadows that play across the walls in a mesmerizing rhythm. Amidst the quiet, a subtle background hum persists, a distant echo of slumbering breath, or perhaps the reverberation of my own heartbeat in the vast emptiness. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a carpet so luxuriant it feels as if I tread upon clouds. The room is sparsely adorned, housing only an antique dark wood desk, a plush armchair of burgundy velvet, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror's surface remains misted, as if shrouded in steam, though no hint of a bathroom exists nearby. Approaching the desk, I find an array of objects awaiting my attention: a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen brimming with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea emitting tendrils of warmth. The tea's heat surprises me, for I have no recollection of brewing it, while the diary's blank pages seem to whisper of untold secrets etched in invisible ink. The armchair beckons me, its velvet exuding a residual warmth as if recently vacated. Nestling into its embrace, my gaze falls upon a curious anomaly in the wall before me, a subtle, rhythmic pulsing akin to the breath of a slumbering giant. Intrigued, I rise to investigate, but the wall solidifies under my touch, its facade unyielding and motionless. My quest for an exit leads me to trace the wall's every contour, fingers seeking out hidden handles that dissolve like morning mist upon discovery. The misted mirror captivates me, offering a glimpse of my reflection marred by subtle distortions, a delay in movement, a flicker of another presence lurking just beyond perception. Time flows erratically within this enigmatic space, the light shifting in a cadence divorced from the cycles of day and night. Minutes stretch into hours as I lose myself in the diary's empty pages, the room's shadows betraying the passage of time in their silent ballet. Reclining once more upon the bed, I gaze upwards at the infinite expanse of the ceiling, its depths a bottomless abyss. The sheets envelop me like sentient tendrils, cocooning me in a soothing embrace as the fragrance in the air intensifies, now redolent of my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the aroma of summer rain on grass. Eyes fluttering shut, I surrender to the inevitable cycle, knowing that each awakening heralds a return to this dreamlike realm. Is it I who dream the room, or does the room dream me? As slumber claims me once more, a lingering thought whispers of escape, of boundaries blurred and realities intertwined in a never-ending tapestry of wakefulness and reverie. This room, this liminal space where time loops upon itself like a MB strip, has become my sanctuary, my eternal reverie. And in this seamless fusion of existence and illusion, I find solace in the undulating hues of a reality that transcends the confines of the tangible world. Story 11, the night carried a unique essence, that of autumn seeping into your soul and whispering tales of lengthening nights. Nestled in the armchair of my study, I savored the soft touch of the wind outside, gently caressing the leaves, composing a tranquil symphony of nature. Amid this serene interlude, a faint noise arose from the depths of the basement, a subtle rustling akin to the whisper of aged paper. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of the house, the customary nocturnal murmurs of a dwelling preparing for slumber. Driven more by curiosity than apprehension, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden embrace as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step creaked softly underfoot, as though imparting ancient secrets in hushed tones. The air grew cooler with each descent, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows waltzed on the walls in sync with a flickering light bulb, casting a familiar yet subtly altered ambience. Amidst the neatly arranged boxes and ghostly shrouded furniture lay a revelation. A door tucked away in the far corner where light struggled to penetrate. Simple in design, the dark wooden door bore no embellishments, its brass handle gleaming as if freshly polished. Drawn towards this enigmatic portal, I traversed the chilled floor, feeling a pulse beneath my feet as if the ground held a heartbeat of its own. As my hand grazed the door's surface, I sensed its weathered, uneven texture, almost pulsating with a latent energy. The door seemed to resonate faintly at my touch, as though acknowledging my presence. The basement's silence grew weighty, punctuated solely by the rhythm of my own heartbeat resonating in the stillness. With a gentle touch, I clasped the surprisingly warm handle, its smooth rotation unveiling a sight beyond imagination. Instead of a wall or another chamber, a delicate silvery mist undulated before me, infused with a mesmerizing luminescence, not ominous but rather alluring, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Within this ethereal mist, a distant melody played, its sweet fragrance reminiscent of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I beheld the mist's fluid dance, shaping ephemeral forms that tantalized and eluded definition. Faces flickered, landscapes unfolded, realities known and unknown intertwined in a veil of mystery. With a hesitant step backward, I gently closed the door, the click of the lock dispelling the enchantment. Normalcy returned to the house, the clocks ticking, the winds whisper, the distant dogs bark in the tranquil neighborhood. Ascending the stairs, I carried with me the profound sense of having unearthed something extraordinary. Subsequent visits to the basement proved fruitless. The door vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet in the hush of night, when wakefulness hovers on the brink of slumber, I still perceive that distant melody, pondering the existence of that hidden door awaiting another seeker. Some portals reveal themselves only at specific junctures, where time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved, their allure enduring like fleeting dreams melding with the gossamer mist of recollection. Story 12. The gentle warmth of dusk seeped through the sheer veils, draping my study walls in cozy shadows. This space had always been my sanctuary, filled with weathered tomes and treasured moments, yet tonight an unfamiliar air lingered. Maybe it was the eerie calmness that hung in the atmosphere, or how the autumn sun stretched its golden fingers a bit longer, casting everything in hues of amber and bronze. My focus shifted to a recent addition, a portrait above my vintage writing desk. It was a peculiar piece, a Victorian-era painting of a lady in a rich burgundy gown, her expression a riddle I could never quite unravel. The aged dealer who sold it to me had mentioned its intriguing past, but I was too captivated by its hefty price tag to pay heed to his tales. Nestled in my leather armchair with a cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards, I noticed something peculiar about the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the side, now seemed to meet my own gaze. Dismissing it as a trick of the shifting light and my weary mind from a day of writing, I nestled deeper into the chair. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking usually lulled me into peace, but this evening, each beat drew my eyes back to those painted orbs. Between paragraphs, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, convinced each time that a subtle change had occurred, a tilt of her head, a curve of her lips, a shift in her stare. As night draped its velvet cloak and I lit the antique brass lamp, the portrait transformed before my eyes. Shadows danced, breathing life into the painted fabric of her dress. The room's backdrop, once a simple parlor scene, now seemed to stretch into infinite darkness. The warm glow caught the gilded frame, casting flickering reflections that almost seemed to stir within the painting itself. Other subtle alterations began to unfold in my study. Books I knew I had closed would be found open to tales of vanished artwork and enigmatic vanishings. My pen would wander across the desk, defying my memory of placing it away. The room's temperature would waver inexplicably, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself. One hushed evening, readying to depart my study, a peculiar detail seized my attention. In the portrait's background, partially obscured by the lady's shoulder, I discerned what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. Stepping nearer, squinting in the dimness, the nested painting seemed to mirror my study, an unsettling resemblance. Heart quickening, I lined in, nearly touching the canvas. Within the miniature study, I recognized a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and what seemed to be a figure seated at the desk. The longer I peered, the more familiar the scene grew until I realized, with a jolt, that it was no mere figure. It was me, captured in intricate detail, bent over a painting. Startled, I recoiled, breath catching in my throat. The lady's expression now held a new depth, knowing, almost playful. Her eyes tracked my every move across the room, shedding the pretense of a static painting. A faint smile tugged at her lips, and a whisper, like the rustle of aged parchment, seemed to echo in the room. That night I firmly shut my study door, yet I sensed her gaze trailing me through the house. Lying in bed, I pondered the previous guardians of the portrait, their tales, their encounters. Had they too witnessed these subtle shifts? Had they felt the weight of those observant eyes? At dawn, my study remained untouched, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, bearing words in Victorian script not my own. Art is never truly still, dear observer. Sometimes the boundary between watcher and watched blurs, don't you find? I never removed the portrait from its place. Perhaps I should have, but curiosity always beckoned me. Now, as I pen this narrative in my study, her eyes often find mine, that enigmatic smile dancing on her lips. In the quietude, with the grandfather clock's steady cadence and evening shadows painting the walls, I've come to realize that maybe we are both, the observer and the observed, intertwined in a timeless waltz of perception and reflection. In the tranquil embrace of my study, as daylight fades and shadows play, I've learned to welcome the mystery of the portrait. Who's to say which of us truly watches and which is the watched? Perhaps, in this endless interplay of sight and insight, we find a harmony untold. Story 13. The wooden floor murmured beneath my soft steps as I wandered through the hallway in the hushed glow of twilight. Grandma's house possessed a unique way of speaking, each creak and groan of the boards whispering its own tale. The air was thick with the scent of lavender and aged timber, a comforting aroma that had lingered with me through all the summers of my youth. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. I halted in front of the weathered attic door, drawn to a detail that had eluded my notice until now. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore peculiar markings upon its surface. Stepping closer, I discerned that these were not merely random scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed purposeful, almost deliberate, as if an unseen hand had etched a cryptic message from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues into the hallway, elongated shadows danced along the walls. The only sounds that broke the silence were the steady ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind outside. I reached out, allowing my fingertips to graze the marks, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The patterns were intricate, almost geometric in their precision. Some etchings were deep, while others barely marred the surface, hinting at multiple attempts to convey a hidden meaning. How many times had I passed by this door, oblivious to its secrets? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet a memory stirred in my mind of how she always avoided those stairs. A chill breeze brushed against my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. The hallway appeared longer than usual, the shadows thicker. I lifted the heavy brass key from its place on the wall, its floral engravings worn with age, and inserted it into the lock with hesitation. The mechanism resisted briefly as I turned the key, emitting a faint click that drew my attention. It was a sound akin to a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, seeming to emanate from the other side of the door. My heart quickened as I froze, the mysterious breath dissipating into the stillness of the house. With trembling hands, I illuminated the door's surface with the soft glow of my phone's flashlight. The light revealed new details previously concealed in shadow. The scratches coalesced into a circular pattern, a spiral of enigmatic symbols. In the center, a sequence of numbers caught my eye, intricately etched like a hidden code. A distant recollection surfaced in my mind of Grandma mentioning a secret diary, nestled somewhere within the house, safeguarding ancestral mysteries. Though she had never disclosed its location, I recalled the wistful gleam in her eyes as she spoke of it, a treasure to be protected. The wind outside intensified, causing the old windows to groan in protest. The shadows in the hallway swayed as if in a spectral waltz. A connection beckoned between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary, yet an unspoken force held me back from unlocking the door's secrets. Was it intuition or a legacy of wisdom passed down through generations of women in my lineage? Reluctantly, I retreated, a faint scratching sound echoing from within the attic. It was a gentle, rhythmic murmur, as though someone patiently inscribing a new message. Casting one final glance back at the door, I noticed the scratches seemed to shimmer in the fading daylight, a spectral luminescence of their own. That night, as I sat in bed, thoughts of the enigmatic numbers consumed me. I transcribed them into my journal, vowing to return the following day for further investigation. Yet at dawn's light, the attic door appeared unblemished, devoid of any markings. Only the brass key, hanging on its hook, seemed to possess a faint radiance, guarding a secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door. At times, I swear I glimpse the scratches resurfacing in the dimness, or hear that slow breath from beyond. However, I have not dared to open the door again. Certain mysteries, it seems, are best left undisturbed, nestled within the silence of an ancient home, and within the hearts of those attuned to its whispered secrets. Story 14. In the hushed embrace of darkness, a pendulum's rhythmic ticking pulled me from slumber. Each tick resonated through the stillness, a mechanical pulse guiding me through this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my eyes unveiled a room veiled in twilight's soft caress. Unfamiliarity clung to every corner. Nestled upon a weathered burgundy velvet couch, I felt the weight of time etched into its fibers. A fragrance, a delicate blend of aged wood and wilted blooms with an elusive hint of mystery, lingered in the air. Dim light filtered through ornate brocade curtains, painting ethereal patterns upon faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted, the room's essence unfolded before me. Ancient dark-wood furniture stood sentinel-like in the shadows, and a towering bookshelf loomed with untouched leather-bound tomes. On a nearby table, a porcelain teacup cradled steaming liquid, inviting yet untouched. Rising with a languid grace, my body protested the slumber-induced stiffness. Each step upon the Persian rug muffled in the silence as I approached the window. Drawing back, the heavy curtains revealed a mist-shrouded garden where ghostly trees swayed in the evening breeze. A reflection in the glass held a disquieting revelation I was clothed in garments not my own. A linen shirt, brocade vest, and velvet trousers, tailored with precision in a bygone style. Fingers trembling, I felt the fabric's quality beneath my touch. A fleeting movement caught my eye, but the room remained still, save for the relentless pendulum, a metronome of time's elusive dance. Curiosity beckoned me beyond the room's confines. The door yielded with a whisper of protest, unveiling a dim corridor adorned with portraits of strangers whose gaze seemed to trail my every move. The floor groaned beneath my cautious advance, the silence amplifying each sound. Ascending a chilling staircase, the banister's icy familiarity guided my way. Upstairs, a row of closed doors bore inscriptions obscured by dim light. A distant melody, piano notes as delicate as a whisper, wafted through the air, a siren's call from the room at the hallway's end. Each step drew me closer, the music growing fainter, almost spectral. Pushing open the final door, I found only a grand piano draped in white. No soul graced the stool, yet the air hummed with the echo of the enigmatic tune. Uncovering the piano revealed an aged photograph resting on the ivory keys. As twilight danced with dust motes, the image unveiled a past echoing my present, a figure, me, seated at the piano in an era long past, clad in the same antiquated attire. Descending back to the room below, an eerie calm settled within me. The pendulum's pulse now synchronized with my own heart's beat. Seated once more upon the velvet couch, the warm teacup beckoned. Sipping the amber liquid, a realization dawned: had I truly awakened, or had I stepped into another's dream woven through time? The pendulum's cadence persisted, counting moments of a reality perhaps never lived, in a house that held secrets deeper than my own understanding. With each sip of tea, its familiar taste whispered of nostalgia. Beyond the window, the fog enveloped the garden, blurring the lines between wakefulness and reverie. And in that moment, I knew I belonged here, in this house that had awaited my arrival through the veils of time. Story 15. In the hush of the night, the house was embraced by a serene darkness, as the gentle whispers of the wind rustled through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the coziness of my bedroom armchair, I watched as shadows swayed and twirled on the walls, illuminated by the flickering lamplight. It was that magical time when sleep beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance lingered within me. Night after night, a dream of eerie familiarity had been weaving its way into my slumber, refusing to release its hold on me. The room exuded a comforting warmth, while the rhythmic ticking of the old pendulum clock created a soothing melody. My gaze settled upon the open diary resting on the desk, its pages filled with meticulous accounts of the recurring dream that had ensnared my nights. Each entry, penned in my own hand, detailed the same enigmatic sequence: a spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into shadowy depths, the distant echo of water droplets, and a massive wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. Leafing through the pages, a newfound realization struck me. With each descent down the staircase in my dream, the chill in the air deepened gradually. My fingers brushed against the icy stone, and my breath materialized in wisps of vapor. Yet what truly set this dream apart was the uncanny sense of belonging that accompanied me on this enigmatic journey, as if the staircase led to a place ingrained in my very being, though unexplored in reality. Always closed, the door at the staircase's base beckoned me closer each night, its mystical symbols seemingly alive, shifting and pulsating under my touch. Tracing the intricate carvings with my fingertips, a subtle vibration resonated through the wood, as if the door itself held a hidden heartbeat. That evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a peculiar object caught my eye in the dim lamplight. A bronze key, ancient and ornate, lay beside the lamp on the nightstand, its design eerily reminiscent of the symbols adorning the dream door. Picking it up, I was struck by its weight and the icy touch it exuded. How it came to be there eluded my memory, yet its presence felt oddly natural, as if it had always been a part of my nightly reveries. Cocooned in my bed, clutching the key in my hand, a sense of anticipation tingled in the air. The dream unfurled as usual, the spiraling staircase, the melodic drip of water, the gradual descent into a frosty embrace. But this time, as I approached the door, the key thrummed faintly in my palm, harmonizing with the engraved symbols. With trembling fingers, I inserted the key into a hidden lock, my heart drumming a steady rhythm. The mechanism yielded with a soft, melodic click, akin to an ancient tune long forgotten. The door swung open, not revealing a new chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's reflection, the stairs ascended instead of descending. Startled awake in the gentle dawn light filtering through the curtains, the key still nestled in my hand, now radiating a gentle warmth, almost pulsating with life. On the open diary on the desk, a new page awaited, adorned with characters resembling the door symbols, their shapes undulating like waves on an ink-black sea. Since that transformative night, the dream has remained elusive, the key a silent sentinel on my nightstand, occasionally hinting at a subtle vibration on quiet nights. Contemplating the mysteries unveiled by the dream, I find myself mesmerized by the dancing symbols in the diary, their tale unfolding in the depths of night, whispering a narrative perhaps too profound for my current understanding. And as I gaze at the key, a silent question lingers in my mind. What secrets lie at the apex of that inverted staircase? And will the day come when I muster the courage to ascend its enigmatic path? For now, I am content to observe, to wonder, and to let the mysteries of the night weave their enchanting tapestry in the realm of dreams. Story 16, Night had draped the ancient countryside dwelling in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltzing across the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a cozy embrace, while outside the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a clear, childlike laughter wafting from the upper floor of the house. A laughter akin to silver bells. Pausing to listen, I allowed the sound to intertwine with the fire's gentle crackling. There was no hint of menace in it, rather it was a joyous laughter, almost musical. However, having dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, never had I played host to children. Curiosity trickled through me like a serene stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate steps, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation as my feet met the time-worn Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly underfoot as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent ballet. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler with each step. It wasn't a chilling cold, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the breeze by the seaside. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom used, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed imperceptibly, stirred by an unseen draft. The door stood ajar, and through the crack seeped a silvery light unlike any other illumination in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor electric lamps. It was something distinct, pulsating softly, akin to a quiet heartbeat. Upon pushing the door open, the ancient wood hummed a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The sheets draped over the furniture conjured gentle, reassuring shapes reminiscent of clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath, not a solid form, but a dance of light and shadow that seemed to mimic a child. The laughter resonated once more, clearly originating from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child toyed with the rays it emitted, crafting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature fluctuated tenderly between cool and warm, akin to the ebb and flow of ocean waves. As I approached, a sense of familiarity dawned upon me. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of the gestures I made as a child, playing alone in my room. The realization struck me with the tenderness of a forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, was my own childhood laughter. Time seemed to stretch as I beheld that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, punctuated by that melodious laughter now echoing like a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or interfering, wary of shattering the spell of peace and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light began to wane, resembling the setting sun on a winter evening. The child's form grew increasingly elusive until all that lingered was a faint glow. The final laughter I heard was a mere whisper, a gentle farewell before dissipating entirely into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a serene hush. The sheets on the furniture stilled and the air returned to its usual temperature, yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now harbored a precious enigma. Retreating to my armchair beside the fireplace where the flames smoldered softly, I settled among the cushions. It dawned on me that I would never unravel the mystery of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something profound, a message from the bygone days that had chosen to manifest through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest of nights, I fancied hearing the distant echo of that crystalline laughter, akin to a sweet lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allowed the mystery to endure, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. Story 17. The soft patter of raindrops against my bedroom window had been a constant companion as I lay nestled in bed, teetering on the edge between consciousness and slumber. Amidst the soothing rhythm of the rainfall, a faint, steady hum seeped into the air, breaking the tranquility of the night. Initially brushing it off as the distant murmur of a passing car, I soon realized that the sound persisted, unwavering in its presence, an idling engine lurking nearby. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a gentle red hue across the room, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued by the mysterious hum, I rose from my bed and gravitated towards the window, an inexplicable urge guiding my movements. Peering through the rain-streaked glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights lay dormant, yet a subtle bluish radiance glowed from within, accompanied by wisps of exhaust spiraling into the misty night air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the scene before me, devoid of any movement or sign of life within the vehicle's rain-drenched windows. The engine's persistent purr echoed in the silence, creating an eerie contrast to the hushed night. As raindrops cascaded through the glow of the street lamp, casting ever-shifting patterns on the car's sleek surface, it almost appeared as though the vehicle itself was fluid, merging with the darkness. My breath fogged the window as I gazed intently, framing the mysterious sedan within a misty veil. Details that would have gone unnoticed in daylight now captivated me with dreamlike intensity. The glistening water droplets, the ethereal shapes formed by the intertwining mist and exhaust. With each passing moment, a cascade of questions flooded my mind. Who would abandon their vehicle running at this late hour? What purpose lay behind its inconspicuous presence on this ordinary street? In response to my unspoken queries, the engine's hum subtly shifted, resonating at a lower frequency. A faint vibration hummed through the air, imperceptible yet palpable. The fogged windows offered no glimpse of the car's interior, shrouded in opacity that hinted at a hidden presence rather than emptiness. Contemplating whether to alert the authorities, my hand hovered over my phone, straining to rationalize the enigma unfolding before me. As time seemed to stretch and warp in the quiet of the night, the rain's melodic cadence persisted, harmonizing with the car's silent vigil. Minute alterations flickered within the scene, condensation, patterns morphing, exhaust clouds transforming into fleeting shapes. Yet the sedan remained a static enigma, a frozen tableau on the brink of animation. With heavy eyelids and a mind adrift on the cusp of slumber, I reluctantly tore my gaze from the window and retreated to the warmth of my bed. An inexplicable compulsion made me cast a final glance towards the shadowy car. Still there, engine humming, a flicker of movement teased behind the misted windows, a fleeting shadow, a play of light or something unseen dancing within the rain's embrace. Nestled beneath the covers, the engine's drone now a steady backdrop, permeating the walls with its hypnotic melody. Drifting towards sleep, the hum melded with the rainfall, weaving a strange lullaby that lulled me into unconsciousness. My last conscious musing centered on those fog-laden windows, pondering the enigmatic presence lurking beyond, veiled by the cloak of night. At dawn's first light, I hastened to the window, half expecting to find the street devoid of any trace of the nocturnal visitor. To my astonishment, clear tire tracks marred the wet pavement, a testament to the car's ephemeral sojourn. Beside them, a shimmering pool of liquid caught the morning sun, its iridescent hues dancing with a peculiar allure, perhaps transmission fluid, though its beauty amidst the dawn's glow was undeniable. The sedan never graced the street again, yet on quiet, rainy nights, a distant hum echoes in the stillness, hinting at an idling engine lurking in the shadows. And in those moments of wakefulness, as raindrops trace their paths down the window pane, I find myself wondering how many others share in the silent vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to unveil the mysteries veiled behind foggy glass. Story 18, the grandfather clock in my study always held steadfast, its gentle ticking echoing through the room like raindrops on a window pane. But one morning, as I sat amidst my papers, a shift in the air caught my attention. The rhythmic cadence seemed askew, seconds stretching into eternity. Initially dismissing it as a trick of the mind, I continued my routine. The morning light painted a golden hue, casting warmth upon the wooden floors. My tea sat undisturbed, my journal untouched, yet a peculiar heaviness lingered in the air as I reached for my pocket watch. To my disbelief, the second hand quivered, stuck between two marks, refusing to move forward. It was as if time itself had halted. Standing up, I noticed a stillness that enveloped the room. Dust motes hung motionless, sunlight frozen in place, and the world outside paused in a surreal tableau. The silence, though profound, held a tranquil allure. Sounds of life had faded, leaving a sacred serenity in its wake. Each step I took rippled through the suspended reality, creating unseen waves in the fabric of time. Peering out the window, I beheld a world trapped in a moment. Birds hung mid-flight, leaves hovered in descent, and a cat perched unmoving on a wall. The peace of the frozen scene captivated me, replacing fear with fascination. I roamed my home, observing the frozen details that went unnoticed in the rush of daily life. In the stillness, I found a strange comfort. Clocks stood frozen, newspapers suspended mid-flutter, and the urgency of the outside world faded into insignificance. What value did schedules hold when time itself lost its meaning? Returning to my study, a chill ran through me as I noticed my reflection in the mirror. Though frozen like the rest, it seemed to hold a secret, a glimpse into another dimension where time flowed differently. Lost in this timeless state, hours or minutes passed indiscernibly. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the incomprehensible. The world began to stir, subtle movements signaling the return of time. Dust motes trembled, steam dissipated, and the clock's pendulum resumed its sway. Life resumed its course, yet an intangible shift lingered. The bird outside completed its flight, the cat stretched, and leaves drifted to the ground. Normalcy returned, but I felt forever changed. The mystery of that morning lingers, the clock ticking faithfully and the mirror reflecting a world beyond. In moments of light, I glimpsed that other self, frozen in a timeless embrace. And I wonder if somewhere in a realm untouched by time, that version of me exists, finding beauty in each suspended moment. Story 19. The soft glow of the candle flickered gently, casting whimsical shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the old cellar. Each step I took echoed through the wooden stairs, a familiar sound that had been my companion on countless journeys to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air down here was cool and musty, carrying with it the nostalgic fragrance of earth and aged wood that whisked me back to the days of my youth. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred my senses. The candle flame danced erratically, defying the stillness of the air, while a thin veil of dust seemed to cloak every surface, despite my presence just the day before. The shadows elongated on the walls, reaching out into the darkness below, beckoning me forward. Halfway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, halting my descent. The shelves that usually ended within a few yards appeared to stretch endlessly into the abyss. The feeble light of the candle failed to illuminate their farthest reaches, as if the corridor itself was expanding before my very eyes. The silence in the cellar was profound, broken only by the rhythmic thud of my heart and the faint trickle of water seeping through the aged stones. Driven by a curiosity that overshadowed my trepidation, I pressed on. The jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels bearing dates that grew increasingly ancient with each passing step. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels faded into illegibility. A chill crept into the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth to create a haunting aroma of forgotten histories. The shelves continued to extend, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks and mysterious symbols etched with a precision beyond their time. At a particular shelf, a jar of dark glass captured my gaze. Its label, surprisingly intact, displayed a bewildering date, 1820. With trembling hands, I lifted the jar, and in the hushed cellar, a whisper of time itself brushed against my ears, a sound devoid of words, akin to the rustle of ancient pages stirred by a phantom breeze. Turning slowly, I glimpsed faint, ethereal figures flitting in the shadows, as if memories sought form in the darkness. Sensing a shift in the air, I resolved to ascend. Yet the distance I had traversed seemed to multiply, the light at the stairway's summit dwindling into a distant speck, like a solitary star in an endless night. With measured steps and a racing heart, I retraced my path, the shelves gradually morphing back into familiarity, the dates on the jars shifting to more recent years. The 1820 jar remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal journey I had undertaken. Emerging back into the warm embrace of the kitchen's light, I placed the jar on the first step and glanced back into the shadowed cellar. In that fleeting moment, a ripple in time seemed to distort the darkness, hinting at mysteries beyond comprehension. Sitting at the kitchen table, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I pondered the events of that evening. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023, but when I uncorked it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth a scent redolent of time itself, sweet and ancient, evoking memories of bygone days. Since that night, each descent into the cellar stirs a whisper of anticipation. The stairs remain unchanged, the preserves familiar, yet in the dim glow and profound quiet, I sense the cellar's enigmatic allure, as if it awaits the moment to unveil more temporal secrets. And perhaps one day, emboldened by curiosity, I will venture once more down that infinite corridor to discover the culmination of time's enigma, where the boundaries of past and present blur into the unknown. Story 20. The night was draped in a cloak of silence, broken only by the rhythmic symphony of the train wheels on the tracks. Nestled in the final carriage, I found myself enveloped in a gentle glow, cast by the delicate fixtures dangling from above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the ceaseless movement of the train conjured a hypnotic embrace. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist waltzed lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the void. It seemed I was the sole voyager in that compartment, or so I believed. My reflection fused with the obsidian night beyond, birthing an enigmatic entity on the other side. The cadence of the rails bore a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me towards slumber. Amidst the tranquil ambience, a peculiar sight seized my attention in the glass reflection. A shadow loomed behind me, a silhouette seated a few rows back. I had no recollection of anyone boarding, yet there they sat, a silent observer. The train pressed on through the veils of night, and the whispers of the wheels carried ancient tales long forgotten. I pivoted slowly, cautious not to disturb the equilibrium. Bathed in an amber hue, the carriage cast elongated shadows over vacant seats. The enigmatic figure I had glimpsed remained still, cloaked in darkness and veiled by a wide-brimmed hat. Time appeared to languish as I scrutinized their silent presence. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with memories foreign to me. The passenger remained motionless, wordless, as though an intrinsic component of the train itself. With deliberate nonchalance, I rose under the guise of heading to the rear lavatory. Drawing nearer to the mysterious figure, I discerned the cloak they wore seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, rendering it an entity of shadow. An icy chill pervaded the air surrounding them, carrying a faint aroma of lavender and aged manuscripts. Passing by their seat, a momentary suspension of time seemed to shroud me. The clamor of the wheels receded into the distance, a distant echo from an alternate realm. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the shroud of darkness, there was no telltale sign of life, no subtle rise and fall of breath. Reaching the terminus of the carriage, I hesitated, torn between progressing to the next compartment or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched infinitely, while the dim lights weaved hypnotic patterns upon the floor. Upon glancing back, the seat once occupied by the mysterious entity stood vacant. Left in its stead was a weathered train ticket, aged to a golden hue. Quivering fingers lifted the artifact, revealing a date etched 50 years in the past precisely on that night. The ticket exuded residual warmth as though cradled moments prior. Returning to my seat, the relic clutched in hand, I surrendered to the rhythmic cadence of the train, a familiar solace. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, veiling elusive figures striding in parallel to the nocturnal locomotive, as if accompanying its journey. Fatigue encroached upon my senses, prompting contemplation of those who had crossed paths with the enigmatic traveler on the final train of the night. The ticket, a tangible vestige of that surreal encounter, began to dissolve into ephemera, akin to a dream fading with dawn's light. The train forged ahead, cradling its enigmatic secrets and ethereal passengers, visible and unseen alike. Drifting into slumber, a faint whisper of lavender and the echo of retreating footsteps down the corridor lingered, merging with the nocturnal symphony. Story 21. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, painting the worn wooden floor with flickering shadows. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I embraced the tranquility of the night until my eyes landed on the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. It had been a fixture in this house since my grandmother's days, yet its contents remained a mystery, unexplored by curious hands. The box's polished surface caught the moon's glow, its intricate carvings seeming to sway in the dimness. I couldn't recall ever seeing it open, not even during my grandmother's time. It was a mere ornament, a piece of the background that never demanded attention, like a forgotten painting on a wall. But that night, a subtle shift occurred. Perhaps it was the way the light played upon its embellishments, or maybe it was the profound silence enveloping the room. Rising slowly from the cozy armchair, I felt the soft wool of my sweater brushing against the backrest, the room hushed in reverence. Each step toward the mantelpiece echoed softly on the aged wooden floor. The air thickened as I drew near to the box, as if a delicate mist enveloped it invisibly. My fingertips grazed the warm mahogany, its surface pulsating almost as if it were alive. The intricate carvings depicted intertwining leaves and branches, intricately detailed to the point of appearing animate. And for the first time, I noticed a minuscule eye nestled amidst the designs on the lid. As I examined the box closely, a faint, ancient fragrance wafted into the air. It carried hints of sandalwood with an elusive, enigmatic undertone that eluded identification. Surrendering to the scent, memories stirred within me fleeting visions of a woman with a gentle smile, placing something inside the box, her whispered words lost to the winds. The sound of the breeze against the window panes snapped me back to the present, my hands trembling ever so slightly as they traced the box's edges. Though lacking a visible lock, I knew it had never been opened, or had it, memories of my childhood in this house felt muddled, as if someone had scrambled the chapters of a book. Seating myself on the couch, I cradled the box in my lap, surprisingly light, almost as if empty, yet a faint movement stirred within as if holding something intangible akin to a fleeting shadow. The warmth emanating from it intensified in my grasp, and for an instant it felt as though the tiny carved eye was watching me. A ripple of recognition, not fear, but an eerie familiarity, akin to recognizing a figure in a dream, sent a shiver down my spine. My grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced in my mind, words she had uttered before her passing. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. Back then, their meaning eluded me, but now, cradling the mysterious box in the stillness of the night, their significance began to unfurl. Shadows elongated and waltzed across the walls, mirroring the box's intricate motifs. The scent grew more potent, enveloping me like a hypnotic embrace. I pondered the generations that had passed through this house, each glancing at the box, yet never delving into its secrets. Did it truly matter what lay within? Gently I returned the box to its spot on the mantelpiece, the tiny eye now appearing to smile, as if nodding in approval. Retreating to my armchair, a peculiar peace enveloped me. Some enigmas, once comprehended, did not beckon to be solved, but simply to be safeguarded. The moon's gentle glow continued to bathe the room, the night's silence now pregnant with meaning. Drifting towards slumber, I closed my eyes, the lingering scent of the box lulling me into a tranquil state. In that delicate threshold between consciousness and sleep, a faint sound seemed to emanate from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a whisper, or perhaps just the wind toying with the curtains. The box remained, a silent sentinel of its mysteries, a part of a puzzle that perhaps required no unraveling. And in that realization, a serenity washed over me, a serenity hitherto unknown. Story 22. The autumn wind whispered softly through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road. The setting sun cast a warm glow, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, creating a serene atmosphere. The GPS had decided to take a break a few miles back, but I wasn't concerned. Familiar with the area, or so I thought, I continued on without hesitation. The dirt road twisted gently through hills adorned with vineyards stripped bare for the season. A breath of fresh air slipped through the cracked window, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and fallen leaves, a fragrance of nature in transition. It was a moment suspended in time where each passing second felt like a treasure to be savored. Taking a right turn guided by an old, weather-worn wooden sign, I felt a curious unease creeping in. This road did not align with my mental map of the surroundings. Pausing briefly, I tried to reorient myself. The shadows stretched languidly, casting intriguing patterns among the trees flanking the road. The smooth asphalt beneath my tires hinted at a level of upkeep uncommon for a forgotten back road, devoid of potholes or cracks, almost unnaturally pristine. Dead leaves pirouetted lazily in the air, as if dancing to a melody only they could hear. Continuing at a leisurely pace, I found myself increasingly captivated by the evolving landscape. The trees lining the road appeared ancient and twisted, their branches weaving a canopy overhead that filtered the fading light of twilight. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, their movements graceful and transient, adding to the enigmatic ambience. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the gentle hum of the engine and the whisper of leaves caressed by the breeze. As I progressed, the road seemed to transform subtly. The edges blurred as if softened by an invisible hand, while the shadows deepened, yet not menacingly so. Reality itself seemed to be melting, shedding its sharp edges in favor of a dreamlike haze. Abruptly, a peculiar sight caught my eye. An ancient brass mailbox stood by the roadside, its impeccable condition defying time. Adorned with an intricate compass rose engraving, it exuded a peculiar warmth when I tentatively reached out to touch it, a contrast to the cool evening air. The road continued to wind gently, revealing increasingly curious details. Small milestone markers along the verge emitted a faint, ethereal glow, as though illuminated from within rather than by external sources. The sky above me donned an indescribable hue, a color seemingly exclusive to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, yet even they seemed different, belonging to a sky from a distant era or alternate reality. After what could have been an eternity or a fleeting moment, I reached what felt like the apex of a hill. The road opened into a small, circular clearing, its surface paved with weathered stones of yore. At its heart stood an ancient wrought iron lamppost, its warm light beckoning like a beacon of solace. Parking the car, I stepped out into a profound stillness, as if time itself held its breath in anticipation. From my vantage point, the distant city lights twinkled, but they appeared estranged, separated from this mystical reality by an imperceptible veil. Observing the panorama, I noticed a metamorphosis in the road behind me. No longer the modern asphalt I had traversed moments ago, it now morphed into a path of ancient stones, worn by the passage of countless souls. Yet I could have sworn it was a contemporary road not long before. Returning to the car, I retrieved the road map from the glove compartment. Bathed in the lamppost's gentle glow, I scrutinized every detail meticulously. As suspected, this road remained absent from the map, as if I had ventured through a realm existing solely in dreams. Folding the map, a gust of wind caused it to flutter in my grasp. For a fleeting moment, golden lines materialized on the paper, tracing a faintly glowing path before dissolving into nothingness. Blinking in disbelief, the ephemeral image vanished. Remaining in that surreal enclave a while longer, I absorbed the tranquility it exuded. Eventually deciding to depart, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished silently. The path ahead cloaked in darkness, yet an instinct assured me it would guide me homeward. Driving towards the city, I cast glances in the rearview mirror repeatedly. The lamppost had rekindled its light, its radiance waning as I distanced myself. A golden shimmer danced in the air, as if stardust had been scattered on the road unmarked on any map. In the days that ensued, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that elusive road. Hours spent wandering the countryside, exploring every fork and trail, proved futile. The road, with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones, had vanished like a wisp of a dream upon waking. A faint golden trace on my aged map, visible only under a particular light, served as the sole reminder of my ethereal journey, a secret longing to be unearthed once more. Story 23. The autumn rain whispered its lullaby, draping a gossamer veil over the world, softening its sharp edges. The night had stretched its dark tendrils, enveloping my work shift in its grasp, refusing to let go. My footsteps mingled with the rain's gentle percussion on the pavement, a symphony of nature and urban life. The air was heavy with the unique perfume of rain, a blend of earthy petrichor, decaying leaves, and a crispness that only a storm can bring. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. Nestled on the bench beneath the shelter, they sat unmoving, a silhouette in the darkness. Cloaked in a coat that defied the rain's touch and crowned by a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their features, they exuded an aura of mystery. Despite the downpour, their attire remained dry, a puzzle in the wet night. Halting a few steps away, I watched silently, drawn to this enigmatic presence. The dim glow of the street lamp danced around them, casting eerie shadows that seemed to warp reality. It was as though a veil hung between us, distorting the figure before me. The rain's melody hushed in their vicinity, wrapping them in a bubble of eerie quiet. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, I edged closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the falling rain, now a torrential downpour. The stranger sat unperturbed, unaware of my scrutiny, Taking a seat at the opposite end of the bench, I maintained a respectful distance. A curious detail unfurled before me. Though we shared the shelter, the raindrops near the stranger diverted their course as if an invisible barrier shielded them. The rain's song shifted in tone, a faint hiss accompanying its approach to the mysterious figure. Time crept by, each minute dragging like an eternity. I feigned interest in my phone, yet my gaze kept returning to the stranger, their presence a riddle I yearned to unravel. From the corner of my eye, I caught subtle movements, as if the figure observed unseen wonders in the distance. A gust of wind stirred, causing the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows around us. In that fleeting moment, the stranger turned towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, two glimmers of light gleamed like distant stars in a nocturnal sky. My heart thrummed in my chest, a steady drumbeat of anticipation. Fear tugged at me, urging flight, yet a potent curiosity rooted me in place. The stranger shifted back, the spell broken, and the moment slipped away like sand through fingers. The bus's arrival, heralded by its rumbling approach, shattered the silence, its headlights piercing the darkness. I rose hastily, stealing a final glance at the empty bench. The stranger had vanished, leaving no trace of their departure. Boarding the bus, my legs trembled slightly as I chose a seat near the driver. Peering out the fogged window as the bus pulled away, a fleeting image lingered, a shadow dissipating into the rain like wisps of smoke carried by the wind. In the days that followed, the bus stop bore a different aura. The street lamps glow dimmed and the rain sang a haunting melody, echoing the memory of that mysterious encounter. The stranger remained a specter of the night, a puzzle left unsolved. On rainy evenings, I'd notice raindrops deviating from their natural path, a subtle reminder of a surreal night etched in my mind. Story 24, the soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a comforting cadence. My task of sifting through decades of memories in the dusty attic was both daunting and strangely serene. Each step I took on the creaking wooden stairs released a faint aroma of aged cedar and forgotten tales. The attic was bathed in a gentle, filtered light streaming through a small round window, where dust motes pirouetted lazily in the muted glow, painting ethereal patterns in the air. The space hummed with echoes of bygone days, with every box and trunk holding fragments of lives long past. As I meandered among the weathered cardboard boxes, my fingers tracing their edges, the rain's melody harmonized perfectly with my exploration. In the far corner, partly concealed behind a stack of leather-bound photo albums, something caught my eye. A small music box, its surface dulled by time, rested on a faded pink blanket. What intrigued me wasn't its appearance or placement, but the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as if recently wound. The movement, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's quietude. As I drew closer, the atmosphere seemed to cool slightly, a subtle shift in temperature. The music box's lid, intricately carved with woodland creatures, exuded a sense of familiarity despite my grandmother never mentioning it. When I gingerly lifted it, the warmth of the box against my fingers surprised me, contrasting with the attic's chill. The key continued its unhurried rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating a familiar lullaby, but instead hearing a distant, ethereal child's giggle, evoking a poignant sense of longing and solitude that resonated deep within me. Beneath the music box lay a diminutive porcelain doll, its painted face bearing a serene expression, one glass eye slightly askew, imparting an enigmatic gaze. The doll's once white dress had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace trim as fragile as spider silk. What captivated me most were the doll's tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. As I scrutinized the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to alter, resembling deliberate footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust motes swirled in intricate patterns, forming shapes akin to small handprints before dispersing into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, not unpleasantly, but akin to a gentle summer breeze. Memories began to surface, not my own, but vivid in my mind's eye. I glimpsed a young girl playing in the attic, her laughter resonating amidst the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes appeared like soft watercolors, imbued with a profound sense of truth. I realized I was witnessing my grandmother's childhood, though how I knew this remained a mystery. The music box's key ceased its turning, and the spectral giggle faded into silence. Holding both objects, a compelling urge stirred within me to relocate them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth below. Yet a subtle hesitation held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze seemed to peer beyond me, fixated on an unseen presence. Carefully, I returned both items to their original positions, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. As I did so, a serene calm settled over the space, a whisper of contentment in the air. The rain resumed its gentle cadence, and the dust resumed its lazy dance in the sunbeam. A fundamental realization washed over me: some toys are not meant to be forgotten, residing in the realm between memory and reality, past and present, frolicking with phantom children in the quietude of unseen hours. That evening, as I readied to depart, a faint melody of a music box seemed to drift down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet dancing on creaking floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, lingering in the tranquil space between waking and dreaming, where the inconceivable becomes conceivable, and memories waltz eternally in the dust-speckled light of aging attics. Perhaps that's why my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Some treasures are meant to be stumbled upon rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely by those who chance upon them at the perfect moment, when the rain falls gently and the world hushes enough to hear the murmurs of yesteryears. Story 25. The gentle glow of my desk lamp cast soft shadows across the worn surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk. Outside, the rain tapped a soothing melody against the window panes, creating a tranquil symphony that embraced the quiet evening hours. Amidst the old correspondence I was sorting through, my fingers caressing the delicate paper of aged letters, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled among the yellowed envelopes and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope lay untouched by time, its paper crisp and unblemished. The weight of the paper felt strangely familiar yet subtly different, like the touch of something long known but slightly altered. Bearing only my name in elegant cursive, written with deep blue ink that shimmered in the lamplight, the envelope lacked a stamp. What caught my breath was not the absence of postal marks or the quality of the paper, but the date inscribed in the corner. December 27, 2025, precisely 1 year from that very day. My fingers trembled as I turned the envelope over. The seal, adorned with dark red wax imprinted with an intricate pattern, seemed to dance under my gaze, its design shifting like ripples on a pond slowly calming. A blend of scents filled the air, the familiar aroma of old books and leather from my grandfather's desk mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, reminiscent of the air before a storm. Placing the letter on the desk, I observed as shadows from the rain-streaked window waltzed across its surface. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, each toll lingering in the air longer than usual. Amidst the chimes, a whisper of paper sliding against paper teased my senses, though the envelope remained still before me. As I delicately broke the wax seal, a subtle warmth emanated from it. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precise creases. The same blue ink graced the page, but the handwriting my own appeared hurried, urgent compared to the elegant script on the envelope. The scent of lavender and ozone intensified, causing a tingling sensation in my fingertips as they grazed the paper. The letter began with a pulsating declaration. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. Each line unfolded a narrative of decisions unmade, paths untrodden, and consequences unmet. Moments yet to pass, conversations yet to unfold, and choices waiting to be embraced were vividly depicted. As my eyes traced the page, the lamp's light flickered in harmony with my reading, a dance orchestrated by my fatigued mind. The rain's cadence against the window shifted, harmonizing with the words on the page. Revealed within each paragraph was a future that felt both inevitable and inconceivable, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine yet altered by experiences yet to be lived. The final paragraph concluded abruptly, as if the writer, my future self, had been interrupted or intentionally left something unsaid. Beneath the unfinished sentence, a postscript emerged in a different, darker ink, slightly smudged. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing up at the grandfather clock, I noted it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving a profound silence broken solely by the gentle ticking of seconds passing by. Holding the letter, the paper seemed to grow weightless, almost ethereal, as if on the brink of vanishing. Rising slowly, letter in hand, I approached the window. The night sky revealed a silver moon casting its glow into the room. Watching intently, the ink on the page began to fade, each word dissipating like stars at dawn. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind a faint scent of lavender and the lingering warmth of endless possibilities. The envelope eluded me in subsequent searches, though on quiet rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone would drift by, and my fingers would tingle with the memory of that mysterious letter. I often ponder the choice foretold in the letter, whether it had been made or awaited me in the future. Perhaps both were true, coexisting like the letter itself, suspended between what had been and what might come to pass. The grandfather clock continued its steady march of seconds, each tick a reminder of time's unidirectional flow, or so we believed. Yet on nights like these, as the rain returned and shadows pirouetted across my desk, I found myself drawn to the door, anticipating midnight and wondering if, somewhere in a future moment, I would be composing a letter to my past self, seeking to bridge the gap between what is and what could be. Story 26. The November breeze tenderly danced with the dry leaves strewn across the driveway as I gazed at the silhouette of the forsaken mansion against the heavy, overcast sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misnomer really, for there had been a resident once, a distant memory lost to time, yet the identity remained a mystery. Approaching the weathered gate, the chill of the wrought iron bars tingled against my fingertips. The air carried a distinct scent of moss and damp stone, wrapping the surroundings in a cloak of ancient whispers. The garden, a chaotic blend of brambles and nettles, clung to the weathered walls, adding an eerie charm to the decaying estate. In my role as a real estate agent, tasked with evaluating the property, I ventured further into the unkempt garden. Among the unruly weeds, faint pathways seemed freshly etched, hinting at a mysterious visitor. But who could it be? The neighbors insisted no one ever set foot on the premises. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing a world frozen in time. Inside, a bluish hue cast a surreal light through the closed shutters, enveloping the space in a dreamlike aura. The air hung heavy with dust, mingling with the scent of aged wood. Each step echoed through the silent main salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets loomed like specters in the dimness. Enigmatic mirrors adorned the walls, their veiled surfaces playing tricks with the flickering light, almost as if concealing unseen movements. Ascending the staircase, my hand trailed along the polished wooden railing, a testament to years of unknown hands. The corridor on the upper floor harbored a succession of closed doors, concealing empty chambers save for the occasional shrouded furniture. It was in the final room that a subtle disturbance caught my eye. A bedroom, possibly belonging to a woman, bore the marks of recent contact amidst the layers of dust. A silver brush lay on the dresser, accompanied by strands of dark, fresh hair untouched by time. The perfectly made bed hinted at recent occupation, a faint impression lingering in a lace bedspread. As I turned to leave, a fleeting movement in the mirror momentarily froze me a glimpse of a feminine figure seated on the bed, vanishing upon my swift rotation. Though the room stood vacant, a lingering presence lingered in the air. Descending the stairs hastened by a newfound unease, the salon embraced shifting shadows as daylight waned. The mirrors seemed to hold secrets as I made my way to the exit. A soft, melancholic hum drifted through the air, barely audible yet haunting in its echo. Was it the wind or a figment of my imagination? Closing the door behind me, the garden exuded a newfound tranquility, the wind now a gentle whisper. Pausing at the gate, a final glance back revealed a faint glow behind an upstairs window, a ghostly presence fleeting in the fading light. In the days that followed, my report on the property detailed its condition, renovations needed, and potential value, omitting the mysterious strands of hair and haunting melody. Yet a cryptic note lingered. The property exudes a unique allure that may captivate a select buyer. The house lingered on the market, a silent sentinel of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Occasionally, as I passed by the rusted gate, a spectral figure would flit through the upstairs rooms, as if trapped in a timeless dance. Perhaps the true essence of the never-inhabited house lay not in its vacancy, but in the lingering presence of a soul unwilling to depart. The mystery endured, whispering its secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 27, winter nights always hold a unique power over me, especially when the world outside is blanketed in a hushed fog. In the quiet of my study, cocooned in the embrace of a soft wool blanket, I watched as the mist painted a silvery veil over the landscape beyond my window. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk filled the room with warmth, casting dancing shadows that played upon the walls lined with a symphony of books. Amidst this tranquil scene, a flicker of curiosity stirred within me as I caught sight of something unfamiliar in the reflection on the glass, a small, dark wooden box, intricately adorned with ever-shifting patterns that seemed to hold a secret of their own. It sat perched on the edge of my desk, a silent enigma that tugged at a distant memory buried within me. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, I rose from my chair, the whisper of the blanket sliding to the floor mingling with the soft creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. As I drew nearer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, conjuring echoes of a past long forgotten. My fingertips grazed the smooth surface of the box, and to my surprise, it radiated a faint warmth, as if alive with a hidden energy. The carvings on the box seemed to weave a tale of their own, each glance revealing a new chapter: moonlit forests, tempestuous seas, and star-strewn skies unfolded before my eyes in a dance of ever-changing imagery. Seated once more by the lamplight, I found myself entranced by the mysteries held within this cryptic object. A disquieting realization washed over me as I traced the intricate carvings this box, with its elusive patterns, had visited me in my dreams, each night unveiling a different facet of its enigmatic essence. In the hush of the room, even the steady tick of the grandfather clock seemed to slow, as if time itself paused to witness the unfolding of this enigma. With a sense of trepidation, I lifted the box, its weight defying its small stature. Though devoid of any visible lock, I sensed a profound significance concealed within its confines. As my gaze lingered, the carvings on the lid began to converge, forming a mesmerizing design previously unseen, the wood pulsating beneath my touch in a silent rhythm. A melodic hum, soft and lulling, emanated from within the box, weaving a spell that beckoned me into a realm of dreams. Heavy-lidded, I succumbed to an unexpected drowsiness, the light of the lamp pulsing in time with the hypnotic melody that enveloped me. When I awoke hours later, the fog had lifted, unveiling a tapestry of stars strewn across the night sky. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk, as if it had always belonged there. A lingering sense of bewilderment gripped me as I pondered the thin line between reality and dreams. As I prepared for bed, a faint glow caught my eye, a subtle carving on the back of my hand, mirroring those on the box, etched into my skin like a cryptic message waiting to be deciphered. Each morning, the marking shifted subtly, as if rewriting a message meant only for my eyes. Since that fateful night, the box continues to visit me in my dreams, its purpose evolving with each encounter. It seems to beckon me towards a revelation, a message shrouded in mystery that eludes my grasp. And every dawn reveals a new chapter in the intricate design adorning my hand, a puzzle waiting to be solved by time's patient hand. I cannot help but wonder if others share this ethereal connection, if they too bear the unseen marks of a riddle that unravels solely within the realm of dreams. The boundary between waking and slumber blurs, and I find myself questioning if the box serves as a gateway between worlds that have always coexisted, cloaked in secrecy. As I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a whispered promise of the night's mysteries waiting to be unfurled. Tonight, in the realm of dreams, I know the box waits with new revelations, a silent companion in the labyrinth of the subconscious, guiding me towards truths yet untold. Story 28. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that mingled with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly gazed at the latest edition hanging on the wall, an aged painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique store, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emitted. The golden frame, weathered by time, glimmered in the dancing firelight, casting playful reflections on the walls. On that particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, an oddity caught my eye within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to sway gently, as if tenderly brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the shadows cast by the fire. However, the longer I observed, the more apparent it became that a change was unfolding. The colors seemed more vibrant, more profound than my initial recollection. The path within the painting, once concealed amidst the trees, now meandered longer and more sinuous, extending beyond the confines of the canvas. Standing up slowly from the armchair, I approached the painting. An unusual coolness enveloped the space around it, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers lightly over the canvas, I detected a peculiar texture beneath, smooth and almost silky to the touch. A faint aroma of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike that it stirred doubt within my senses. As I scrutinized these peculiarities, movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my attention. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred, not a mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if someone or something lurked among the painted foliage. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from an escalating curiosity. Stepping back a few paces to gain a better vantage point, I observed how the brush strokes within the painting seemed to shift direction autonomously, crafting new paths and forms in the landscape. The trees bent slightly as though swayed by an unseen breeze, and in the distance, where fog once veiled the view, the faint outline of a modest structure began to materialize. The rain's sound outside evolved into a gentle murmur, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Resuming my seat in the armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before me. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting was gradually extending its boundaries into reality. Throughout the night, the painting continued its gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues waxed and waned in a hypnotic cycle, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant building grew more defined, a stone house with a chimney billowing smoke and windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered whether inhabitants resided within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering at them through that enchanted window disguised as a painting. Curiously, the thought did not unsettle me. Instead, a tranquility settled over me, as if I had unearthed a clandestine passageway to a realm where reality and fantasy melded seamlessly. As the night progressed, the painting divulged its mysteries patiently. At times, I fancied glimpsing figures strolling along the path. Other times, they dissolved into mere shadows flitting among the trees. Each time I endeavored to focus on these apparitions, they dissipated gently, akin to dream recollections upon waking. With the dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves ceased their dance, the colors stabilized, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves remained in the room, a solitary testament to my nocturnal observations. Since that night, every evening finds me ensconced in my armchair, watching the painting, awaiting patiently. Occasionally it unveils its secrets, other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that behind that canvas lies an entire world, one that awakens only when the rest of the world slumbers, and solely for those with the patience to gaze long enough. Story 29. The gentle rain tapped against the windows of my rustic farmhouse, its rhythmic patter weaving a soothing melody with the soft creaks of the wooden floor beneath me. On that autumn evening, the line between reality and dreams felt blurred as the leaves outside swayed in the dark, casting playful shadows on the walls bathed in a soft glow from the lamp. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cupping a now cold chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched the golden halo cast by the light on the floor. A subtle shift lingered in the air, a mysterious presence that eluded my understanding. Was it the thickness of the atmosphere or the profound silence enveloping the house that stirred this peculiar feeling within me? I rose leisurely, drawn by a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, its shadows deepening and seeming to stir with life. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I gazed into the darkness that seemed to thicken with each step forward. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured further, the familiar creaks beneath my feet taking on an unfamiliar tone. The family portraits on the walls bore a curious gaze, as if the faces within had shifted ever so slightly. Midway down the hallway, a scent, ancient and unfamiliar, of old books and damp wood wafted through the air, distinct from the usual fragrance of my home. Turning to the window, rain painting intricate patterns on the glass, I noticed a shadow unlike the rest. Darker, with an ethereal quality, it glided along the wall with an otherworldly grace. Unattached to any object, it seemed to possess a solidity of its own, a mist made manifest. Moving with a delicate elegance, it paused by the guest room door, assuming a ghostly semblance of a human form. Intrigued, I took a step closer, and the shadow responded, quivering slightly. The rain's whispers grew louder, almost as if they held a message meant for me. Straining my ears, I caught fragments of an unknown language, resonating with an inexplicable familiarity. The chill in the air wrapped around me like a cool embrace on a summer night as the shadow began its slow dance towards me. Entranced, I stood still, watching as it drew near. Just a few steps away it halted, and in the hush of the house my steady heartbeat filled the space. The shadow inclined slightly, a silent greeting, and moved by an unknown impulse, I raised my hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to form a hand of its own, though intangible. A warmth enveloped me where our hands almost met, a connection beyond the physical. With a graceful fluidity, the shadow started to dissolve, vanishing like smoke carried by an unseen breeze. In its wake lingered a hint of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. Time seemed suspended in that hallway as I stood in a moment of quiet contemplation, listening to the rain's fading song. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if untouched by the passage of time. Since that enigmatic encounter on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a watchful eye, half hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar shadow dancing just beyond my sight. The mystery of its identity remains unsolved, yet its presence has left me not with fear, but with an acceptance of the unknown. The hallway now holds its secret close, and on nights when the rain whispers against the windows, I find myself waiting, a blend of curiosity and peace, for a new rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway, a silent companion in the mysteries of the night. Story 30. In the gentle flicker of candlelight that painted my bedroom walls, I embraced the solitude of another quiet evening. The rain outside whispered against the window panes, its soft rhythm harmonizing with my steady breaths. Surrounded by the comforting embrace of well-worn wooden furniture and the familiar scent of leather-bound books, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something mysterious lingering just beyond reach. Seated at my vintage writing desk, a peculiar noise drew me from my reverie, a faint scratching coming from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the house's settling whispers, I couldn't shake the feeling of purpose behind the sound. It was as if each scratch held a message, a code waiting to be deciphered. Intrigued, I leaned in, pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper, and the scratching revealed itself as a deliberate pattern, almost like a language spoken in whispers of plaster and paint. Following the trail of the mysterious sound, my fingers traced the wall until I found a spot slightly warmer than the rest. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a small section of the wallpaper, unveiling a hidden world etched into the plaster. Intricate symbols, carefully carved with intention, greeted me in the dim candlelight. They weren't mere scratches, but a cryptic language of their own, a series of symbols that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. As I copied the symbols into my notebook, their familiarity teased the edges of my memory like a dream half remembered. The rain outside continued its gentle symphony, a backdrop to my silent investigation. Each symbol held multiple meanings, shifting and morphing under the dance of the candle's flame. Some moments they resembled ancient glyphs, while in others they formed constellations unknown to my eyes. The night deepened and the house murmured softly around me, as if alive with secrets of its own. Removing more sections of wallpaper revealed a network of symbols, expanding like ripples in a pond, each one seeming to hum with a hidden power. The rain intensified, its rhythm matching the pulsing glow of the symbols, creating an otherworldly harmony that filled the room. As midnight approached, a gentle humming replaced the scratching, a melody woven from the whispers of the wall itself. Hours slipped away as I meticulously documented each symbol, their patterns intricate and mesmerizing. The candle's light cast shadows that seemed to breathe life into the symbols, turning them into a dance of light and shadow. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain's lullaby still echoing outside. In the borderland between wakefulness and dreams, I caught whispers drifting from the wall, ancient secrets shared by unseen voices, comforting rather than eerie. With the morning light came a different perspective, the symbols now quiet, patiently waiting for the darkness to reveal their secrets once more. Running my fingers over them for the last time, I understood that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic beauty. To this day, on rainy nights, the familiar scratching sound returns, a reminder of the hidden wonders within ordinary walls. The symbols, now concealed behind a painting, remain a silent testament to the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp, inviting us to embrace the unknown with wonder and reverence. Story 31. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, creating a serene symphony that harmonized with the hushed murmurs of the passers-by. Perched on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of people strolling along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. In my hands rested a book, yet my focus strayed to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It all began with a gentle touch. One morning on my way to work, a tingling crept over my neck as if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I glanced behind, only to find the standard rush of commuters hastening toward their destinations. In the ensuing days, the feeling grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even amid the comfort of my favorite cafe, it lingered. People continued to drift past my bench, some solitary, others in pairs. A woman cloaked in crimson paused to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with a gleaming wooden cane. Yet, amidst the familiar faces, I sensed a difference, something I couldn't quite grasp. Closing my book, I rose and set off for a stroll. The sky painted itself in amber hues, casting a tranquil glow as the first streetlights flickered to life. The sensation persisted, a phantom shadow trailing me at a fixed distance. Halting before a storefront, I feigned interest in the wares on display. Through the glass, I discreetly scanned the figures passing by. And there it was, a face within the throng, a constant presence, always on the edge of perception. Resuming my walk with heightened vigilance, I veered onto side streets, then another. The crowd ebbed, yet the presence endured. Seating myself on a bench in a serene square embraced by ancient edifices aglow with lamplight, I felt the chill of the evening settle in. And then it struck me, not a singular gaze, but many. A multitude of eyes, seamlessly passing the watch from one to the next in a silent, choreographed ballet. Certain faces recurred more frequently. A young woman swathed in azure, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a boy burdened with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen gazes. The streets now lay deserted, yet the sensation only heightened in the nocturnal stillness. Perched by my window in the apartment, I peered down at the dimly lit street below. Figures continued to glide past, some lingering momentarily, others forging ahead. I pondered how many were mere travelers and how many were players in this enigmatic spectacle, with me unwittingly at its core. What unsettled me most was their utter normalcy, blending seamlessly with the crowd. As the city lights flickered to life one by one, I contemplated the enigma of this silent surveillance. Who were these watchers? What quest impelled them? And more pressingly, why me? Unanswered queries hung in the air, cloaked by the encroaching nightfall. Since then, I've acclimated to this newfound awareness. At times, I strive to discern my observers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like shadows flitting at the peripheries of my daily existence. In the hush of the night, while gazing from my window at the dwindling streets, I wonder if they too ponder me, concealed within their abodes, readying for another day in this enigmatic ballet of gazes and entities. Story 32. The leather-bound journal materialized on my nightstand one frosty morning, its deep red cover capturing the feeble winter sunlight seeping through my window drapes. It was a peculiar sight, for I had not placed it there, yet there was an inexplicable familiarity in the worn spine and the cream-colored pages. The brisk air carried the fragrance of frost, while in the distance a wind chime whispered a delicate tune. My fingertips glided over the intricate patterns etched on the cover, tracing each curve and indentation with a sense of recognition. The leather felt supple, polished by the passage of time, though the origins of this knowledge eluded me. Upon opening the journal, a subtle blend of lavender and aged paper wafted from the pages, stirring elusive memories just beyond reach. The initial sheets lay blank, unmarred and beckoning. But as I turned them, a script of elegant handwriting emerged, shimmering in the soft morning light. It was undeniably my own writing, yet I could not recall penning these words. The entries bore dates of days yet to unfold. Each dawn thereafter, I found myself drawn to the diary, perusing entries penned in my hand detailing events that had not yet transpired. It commenced with simplicity, a chance encounter with an old acquaintance, the unearthing of a misplaced ring under my dresser, the distant tolling of church bells at midnight. Each manifestation unfolded with a quiet precision, akin to ripples cascading across a tranquil pond. As days drifted by, the predictions grew more intricate. I read about conversations verbatim before they transpired, witnessed sunsets mirroring the descriptions, and felt the rain on my skin precisely as foretold on the pages. The journal did not divulge ominous or harrowing events, but rather gentle enigmas and subtle unveilings that drape each day in the soft hues of a dawning dream. One entry detailed the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through my window, followed by a knock at my door. True to the script, I discovered a basket of warm rolls on the threshold, sans any trace of the bearer. Another entry alluded to a melody I would chance upon while strolling in the garden, played on an unidentified instrument. When the moment unfolded, the music wafted through the air like ethereal threads, its source forever concealed from view. The presence of the diary transfigured my perception of time. Each morning unfurled with a gentle expectancy, each evening with a hushed introspection. I began to discern nuances hitherto overlooked, the dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air heralding rain, the myriad shades of silence enveloping my chambers at night. Occasionally I found pressed blossoms nestled between the pages, their hues vibrant despite being implausible mementos from futures yet uncharted. Their petals were tender against my skin, their fragrance merging with the perennial lavender essence that accompanied the journal. With the passage of weeks, I observed the entries fading after their occurrences, dissolving into the cream-colored sheets like morning mist under the sun's caress. Fresh entries would materialize, inscribed in the familiar hand, perpetually maintaining a delicate equilibrium between enigma and solace. The journal's genesis and purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Some enigmas, I realized, were destined to linger unanswered, their allure lying in their enigmatic allure. The diary imparted a lesson in embracing the unknown with inquisitiveness rather than trepidation, finding tranquility in the gradual unfurling of time. On serene nights when the moon bathed my room in silver luminescence, I would occasionally glimpse words inscribing themselves across the pages, evolving letter by letter like ink droplets descending into clear water. I refrained from deciphering them as they materialized, opting to preserve tomorrow's mysteries veiled until their ordained moment. The journal became my unwavering confidant, a conduit between the present and the yet-to-be. It unveiled no grand tragedies or moments of exultant elation, only the quiet enchantment woven into daily life when we attune ourselves to perceive it. Perhaps its supreme offering lay in teaching me to discern wonder in the subtle cadences of existence, in the gentle interstices between realities and dreams. As I transcribe these words now, I sense the inklings of tomorrow's discourse germinating in my thoughts, poised to embellish as yet unnamed pages. The journal rests beside me, its cover imbued with a gentle warmth, poised to unveil another day's worth of tender mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its lilting melody, and a smile graces my lips, for I discerned its song foretold in the morrow's entry, scripted in a handwriting both mine and not, within a diary that weaves dreams of days yet to dawn. Story 33. Autumn nights weave a tapestry of magic in our quaint neighborhood. The crisp air carries whispers of fallen leaves and the hushed cadence of footsteps on the damp pavement. Lately, on my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar anomaly has captured my attention. Nestled at the junction of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a lone streetlight has taken on a mysterious demeanor. Unlike its brethren, which steadfastly cast their warm, yellow glow on the path, this particular light behaves in a most peculiar manner. As I draw near, the light from the streetlight begins to wane, as though concealing a secret from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, a weathered fixture in need of repair. Yet a pattern emerged. The light dimmed solely in my presence. Observing others passing beneath it revealed no alteration in its luminosity. Intrigued, I embarked on an experiment one evening. Standing 60 feet away, I leaned against the weathered façade of the Art Deco building. The streetlight's beam, robust and unwavering, painted elongated shadows on the sidewalk, casting a shimmering veil over the dew-kissed grass in the nearby garden. Advancing slowly, the light flickered subtly with each step, as though hesitating. At a mere 15 feet away, the once radiant glow had dwindled to a faint shimmer, barely illuminating the surroundings. Beneath the enigmatic streetlight, enveloped in its twilight halo, the night seemed to hold its breath, the city's symphony fading into an eerie silence. Peering up at the glass casing, faint markings etched an intricate design, barely discernible in the dimness. Aiming my phone's flashlight to inspect closer, a sudden breeze rustled the leaves, hinting at a movement within the glass enclosure. In the days that followed, I altered my route to intersect with the peculiar streetlight unfailingly. Each encounter unfolded in a ritualistic dance, the dimming light, the thickening silence, the sensation of unseen eyes overhead. Details unveiled themselves gradually. Amidst the dimness, subtle shifts in hue hinted at a cryptic communication through light. On a moonlit night, ensconced within the streetlight's circle of shadow and glow, a peculiar melody, a metallic hum, resonated from within the pole, reverberating with a haunting rhythm. Placing my palm against the cold metal, I felt the vibrations, as though the streetlight sought to convey a message. Documenting each visit meticulously, I discerned a correlation between the dimming intensity and the lunar phases. The streetlight's influence began to seep into my routine, guiding my pace and beckoning me to pause beneath its muted radiance. A silent pact seemed to bind us, a shared secret between man and light. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation, content to dwell in the mystery that enveloped our nightly rendezvous. In the embrace of twilight, as I make my homeward journey, the streetlight awaits, marking our silent communion. Night after night, the enigmatic dance between us unfolds, shrouded in shadows and light. Whether electrical anomaly or cosmic enigma, I am content to dwell in the ethereal moment of dimmed illumination, a participant in a spectacle beyond comprehension. Story 34. The rain tapped gently on the windows of the cozy establishment, weaving a soothing melody with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the last few patrons. Seated at the bar counter, I observed the dim lights flickering on the polished dark wood, casting a mesmerizing dance. Jack, the bartender, polished glasses with deliberate, almost hypnotic movements. That evening, a new aura surrounded him, a depth in his gaze that had eluded me in my routine visits. His dark eyes held unseen thoughts as he prepared my customary lavender tea. While his hands maintained their usual precision, a faint tremor betrayed him when he placed the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender mingled with the scent of coffee and aged wood, filling the air with a comforting aroma. Jack's quick glances towards a solitary figure at a distant table piqued my curiosity. The figure sat motionless, blending into the background like a silent observer. Jack refilled my cup with measured gestures, his voice carrying a subtle tension as he inquired if I desired anything else. It was then I noticed a small, reddish stain on the cuff of his otherwise pristine white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambience. Time drifted by slowly, the rain's rhythmic patter a lullaby. Patrons bid their farewells, leaving behind vacant seats and abandoned cups. Solely the enigmatic figure in the corner remained, a silent sentinel amidst the dwindling night. Jack meticulously organized the counter, his meticulous actions betraying an escalating unease. The ticking of the clock echoed the passage of time as I glimpsed a worn notebook tucked under the bar, its yellowed pages hinting at concealed tales. Intrigued, I perused the tiny, orderly handwriting detailing names, dates, and cryptic notations accompanied by intricate symbols. A sense of mystery emanated from those pages, whispering of hidden truths. As the mysterious figure finally departed, a silent exchange of gazes between them and Jack carried a weighty tension. The bartender's imperceptible nod marked their departure into the rainy night. Jack's demeanor shifted upon their exit, his once steady hands now trembling as he tended to his duties. Lost in contemplation, he seemed burdened by unseen memories or forgotten truths. Preparing to leave, I was detained by Jack's gentle gesture. In a hushed tone, he spoke of the burdens borne by bartenders, the weight of silent secrets that sometimes grew too heavy to carry alone. His weary smile, devoid of mirth, hinted at the weight of untold stories lingering within the walls. The notebook, a silent witness to hidden narratives, remained nestled among the bottles, a silent guardian of mysteries untold. Exiting into the night, rain still whispering its melody, I watched Jack resume his tasks with practiced precision. Yet beneath his routine movements, I sensed a profound mystery, a narrative that eluded complete understanding. The fading lights of the establishment painted shadows on the walls as I departed, leaving the secrets veiled within. In the darkness, I pondered the countless untold stories that might lie hidden behind bar counters, tended by silent custodians like Jack. The enigma of their experiences remained shrouded in the night, obscured by the steady rain that continued to fall, a comforting blanket over the mysteries of the starless sky. Story 35. As the night descended, a soft veil of snow fell from the sky, draping the world in a quiet hush. The museum, cloaked in darkness, stood like a solitary sentinel under the gentle glow of the street lights. Within its ancient walls, I, the night watchman, wandered through the corridors, a lone witness to the beauty of the snowflakes pirouetting in the night air. The wooden floors whispered tales of years gone by, their soft creaks harmonizing with the faint hum of the heating system. Pausing by a second-floor window, I watched in awe as the snowflakes danced their delicate ballet before settling on the ground below. Yet, amidst this ethereal scene, a hint of the mysterious beckoned me to the inner courtyard. A figure moved among the barren trees, a specter in the moonlit night. What captured my gaze was not the figure itself, but the absence of footprints in the freshly fallen snow. Curiosity piqued, I hastened to the control room, where a cascade of monitors bathed the room in a cool, bluish light. Each screen held a glimpse into the museum's nocturnal world, but it was on the courtyard monitor that I spied the enigmatic figure once more. The image was distorted, as if unseen forces tampered with reality. Determined to unravel the mystery, I ventured into the silent depths of the museum. The empty halls echoed with the cadence of my steps, a haunting melody that reverberated off the walls adorned with precious artifacts. Through the glass doors, the snowfall continued its gentle descent, a hypnotic rhythm that lulled me into a trance. And there, amid the swirling snow, the figure reappeared, a phantom cloaked in shadow. Silent and swift, the figure moved with an otherworldly grace, gliding over the snow with an eerie elegance. With quivering hands, I illuminated the figure with my flashlight, only to watch in awe as the light passed through him, casting surreal reflections on the snow below. Turning towards me, the figure's face was a blur, a mirage of shifting shadows and ethereal mist. A primal instinct tugged at my senses, urging caution even as professional curiosity drove me forward. The chill of the glass beneath my fingertips grounded me in the reality of the encounter. Approaching me without a sound, the figure exuded a coldness that seeped into the very air around us. Objects distorted in its wake, reality warping under its unseen influence. As though bound by an invisible force, I felt a strange familiarity with this enigmatic being, a connection that defied logic. Raising a hand towards the glass, the figure seemed to communicate in a language older than time itself. Frost blossomed on the surface, etching intricate patterns that whispered of forgotten secrets. Straining to decipher the cryptic message, a distant tolling of bells drew my attention away. In that fleeting moment, the figure vanished, leaving behind a courtyard pristine and untouched by human presence. The frost on the glass melted, a silent testament to the ephemeral encounter. Days turned into nights, and still, the mystery eluded me as I revisited the security footage, searching in vain for answers. Yet on snowy nights when the museum slumbers beneath a blanket of silence, I find myself drawn to that same glass door, a silent vigil for the elusive figure that haunts my thoughts. In the dance of falling snowflakes and the play of shifting shadows, I glimpse a shapeless form moving among the flakes, a specter of the unknown. In those moments of quiet contemplation, I am reminded of the mysteries that lurk beyond our grasp, of truths that leave no trace upon the world. The enigmatic figure, a fleeting visitor in the night, serves as a reminder that some secrets are meant to remain shrouded in the whispers of the snow, just like the man who walked upon the pristine canvas of winter. Story 36. In the quiet embrace of a tranquil autumn evening, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the yellowed pages of an ancient tome, I chanced upon the subtle fading of natural light seeping through the window. As I lifted my gaze, a sight both extraordinary and enigmatic greeted me. Above the eaves of my dwelling, the sky was gradually cloaked in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm hues of the setting sun. A distinct contrast unfolded, as if an unseen veil had chosen to drape itself solely over my abode. The scent of moist earth and fallen leaves wafted in the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that set the lace curtains swaying in a hypnotic dance. Their soft rustling birthed a melodic rhythm that seemed to echo the enigma unfolding outside. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon unveiled itself with unwavering regularity. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent, that singular expanse of sky above my residence, would morph into darker shades compared to the expanse beyond. It was as though a swath of the heavens had been painted with strokes of gray and midnight blue, crafting a surreal juxtaposition against the azure canvas enveloping it. Enthralled, I found myself perched in an aged velvet armchair by the window, bearing witness to this celestial spectacle. The aged floorboards murmured softly as I shifted to track the progression of this mysterious manifestation. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, a delicate veil of condensation gracing the window panes, birthing abstract patterns that cavorted with the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a novel sight caught my eye. Amidst the darkened expanse, tiny pinpricks of light flickered into existence and faded, akin to stars that chose to twinkle solely for my gaze. Their movements lacked discernible pattern, yet bore a hypnotic allure, almost akin to a silent symphony. The silence of the dwelling seemed to amplify their presence, whilst the pendulum clock steady ticking in the hallway wove a rhythm that mirrored their dance. As weeks ebbed away, I discerned subtle responses from the objects within my abode to this phenomenon. Aged mirrors reflected a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar shapes, evoking ancient symbols. The flora adorning the windowsill flourished more vibrantly amidst these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from this twilight realm. One evening, whilst seated in my study, I felt a fleeting touch upon my shoulder, akin to a caress borne on the breeze. Startled, I turned, only to find emptiness around me. The fragrance of time-worn books and aged wood seemed to intensify, and for a fleeting moment, time appeared to halt. The clock's hands continued their movement, yet their sound seemed distant, almost ethereal. I began chronicling these occurrences in a diary, recording every subtle shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. Pages filled with intricate descriptions of light's metamorphosis, shadows' dance, and the air's imperceptible yet palpable resonance. My script flowed with newfound elegance and fluidity during these episodes, as if guided by a mysterious, gentle force. On nights steeped in silence, a melody seemed to emanate from that darkened slice of sky. Indescribable by words, it resonated within me, as if the darkness cradled an age-old tune, a cosmic lullaby heard solely by my abode. With time I embraced this mystery, forsaking fear for wonder. My dwelling evolved into a conduit between the ordinary realm and something grander, more profound. Each evening, as the world outside adhered to its routine, I found solace in the tender embrace of these shadows, in the ethereal waltz of light and darkness crafted solely for me. Thus, night after night, I beheld the sky darkening exclusively above my homestead, cognizant that some enigmas warrant no unraveling but mere immersion. My abode transformed into a haven of marvel, a realm where the mundane intertwined with the extraordinary in an eternal ballet of light and shadow, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 37, The Night of Whispering Shadows. Silence draped the narrow streets of the quaint hillside village like a plush velvet cloak. It was an autumn evening filled with the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, as tendrils of fog slinked through the winding alleyways like a silent specter. From my perch on the third floor, I observed the warm amber glow emanating from the windows of the neighboring houses. An unusual sight, for the late hour held no signs of movement behind the misty panes. The church bell tolled 10 in the evening, its chime carrying a hollow timbre, as if shrouded in a quilt of cotton. Having arrived in this town a mere 3 weeks prior, I had never witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Typically, even at this late hour, a solitary figure would stroll with their canine companion, or the youth from the nearby tavern would linger beneath the street lamp, engrossed in conversation with tendrils of smoke curling around them. Seated in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea betwixt my palms, I noticed the absence of the usual stray cat that prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The tendrils of steam waltzing from the cup intertwined in the air, creating fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's obsidian embrace. Opting to keep only a soft reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows upon the cream-colored walls, I was startled by a sudden rustling. The sound, akin to parchment being delicately shuffled, drifted from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than fearful, I rose, gingerly placing the cup upon the wooden side table. Each step towards the hallway echoed upon the slightly creaking hardwood floor, a familiar melody that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the bedroom threshold, I paused. The door stood ajar, a sliver of bluish light filtering through the crack, unlike any illumination within the confines of my home. Pushing the door open with a faint creak, I noted the closed window, yet the curtains swayed as if caressed by a phantom breeze. Nestled upon the floor beneath the window rested a sheet of paper. Retrieving it, I discovered it to be a newspaper page dated October 15, 1954, with a headline that seized my attention: "Enigmatic Night of Hush in Pine Grove." The article recounted a night when the townsfolk remained sequestered within their abodes, as if bound by an unspoken pact of forgotten origins. Engrossed in the text, a movement beyond the window snagged my gaze. Across the street, the lights dimmed in succession, akin to candles extinguished by a whispering wind. Yet within the dim chambers, motionless silhouettes seemed to gaze towards the desolate street. A buzz from my robe pocket heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. "This night none shall venture forth, it is imperative." Peering out once more, I noted that all lights had extinguished, barring my own. Amidst the burgeoning silence, my heartbeat seemed to slow, aligning with something ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the bed's edge, clutching the newspaper sheet, I contemplated the now shrouded main thoroughfare, a ghostly tableau devoid of life. Recalling the article's accounts, where witnesses professed an amnesiac morning after the silent night, I rose, advancing towards the switch. Before plunging the room into darkness, I stole a final glance outside. The fog had metamorphosed into sinuous forms, almost waltzing, and for an instant I glimpsed spectral figures pirouetting within, shadows adrift in a sea of opalescence. As the room embraced darkness, I reclined upon the bed, still garbed in attire. Absolute silence enveloped me, punctuated solely by the metronomic ticking of the nightstand's timepiece. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether dawn would reveal memories of this night, or if, akin to the residents before me, I would remain oblivious to the enigma cyclically etched in our lives. The final echo before succumbing to sleep was the distant toll of midnight bells, their peal oddly muted, as if resonating from an epoch beyond, where silence reigned as the primal tongue of all denizens.